Aloha, we are convening the House Committee on Finance for our 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 agenda here in conference room 308. Before we get started, if you are on Zoom, please stay muted unless called upon. We do stick to a 2-minute time limit for individual testimony so that we can allow everyone to participate in a somewhat equal manner. A few of these bills on the agenda will be pushing decision making to tomorrow. So as the bill comes up on the agenda, I'll give you a heads up just in case you don't want to stick around for the 1 hour, probably 3. Yeah, we'll go from there. All right, I think that's about it. Okay, we're gonna open up with HB 2148 relating to the estate and generation skipping transfer tax.
We have the Department of Taxation with comments.
Good morning. Still tax guides on our written comments.
Thank you. Chamber of Sustainable Commerce in support.
Yeah, we'll stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika for Tax Foundation. We wanted to point out a number of technical concerns. First, we don't know what the 3% is going to apply to. I think DOTax said the same thing. The exemption language of the bill has a lot of terms that need to be defined. And the exemption to the exemption, when the transferee sells the property within 2 years, that I think needs further clarification as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Nicole Wu from the Hawaii Children's Action Network. We support this bill. The estate tax is something that we have here in Hawaii when super wealthy families pass on their estates, their wealth to their families. You have to have, for a couple, you have to have at least $11 million. You can have to pay $1 of estate tax. So it is very much targeted at the richest people in Hawaii. But some people are able to get around this tax because our property, our real estate has gone up so much in the past decades. And so the appreciation of their real estate has escaped taxation. So this bill would close that loophole. And for these super large estates, which have property that gained at least $2 million in extra value, they purchased it, that would also be subject to the estate tax. Right now it's not. So, we believe we've got a concentration of extreme wealth. We think some people have really benefited from the skyrocketing real estate prices. And this really is targeted at the people who can most afford to pay a little extra tax. So especially in the season of legislative session with a tight budget, we think this is a good idea to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in opposition.
Aloha, Grassroots will stand on our written testimony in opposition.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony in opposition from 3 organizations and 3 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Thank you. Members, any questions on this measure? No? Okay, if not, we're gonna move on to the next item, HB 2306 relating to income tax.
We have the Office of the Governor in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Will Kane, Office of the Governor. So this is one of our administration bills here that we put in. We'll stand on our written testimony, obviously in support, but I just want to point out a couple of items for you folks. That because of changes on the federal level and different areas and our revenues have decreased by over $3 billion to date. This could continue to increase, unfortunately. And so we took a measured approach to pausing the out years of the tax cuts. So that what would already be in place would already stay in place, and which would be nearly 70% of the tax cuts that were passed by the legislature a couple years ago. In addition, so that would bring back approximately $1.8 billion into the state treasury over the next 5 years, And then we would look to redirect about 600 million of that into funds for our most needy families and our low and middle income. So with the extension of the EITC, the the childcare and tax credit and so on. So and the food credit as well. So I'm here for any questions and mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you. Department of Taxation and Support.
Good morning, Kristen Sakamoto, Deputy Director of Taxation. The department supports this administration measure, which allows the state to recover on much needed revenue while continuing to target and benefit low income, moderate income, and working families. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Catholic Charities Hawaii and Support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Church Hawaii. We know and we understand that your committee has a really tough job this year and next year to look at all the great financial pressures that are on the state. Not only our current ones of trying to have affordable housing, rebuilding the Lahaina, education, lots of things are on your plate already. And now we have the federal cuts and the threats to SNAP and to Medicaid and other programs that really impact on thousands of people in our state. And so we appreciate that you're looking at this measure and really trying to take a proactive action to address those future needs that you will need money for. We feel this is an appropriate way to do it. It really would help to maintain those critical supports that our clients all need, but so many others. Our Ellis families that we work with need affordable housing. Of course, we mentioned Lahaina. So many pressures are on you, I understand. So we understand that this is a long-term effort, and we appreciate that this would be a proactive effort for that long-term safety and welfare of the state. Thank you so much for hearing our testimony.
Thank you. Chamber of Sustainable Commerce and Support.
Aloha, I'm Tanya Yamanaka Anasazi, and I'm with the Chamber of Sustainable Commerce. And we are in support of this measure. Largely, I have all the details in our written testimony, but it's really important to recover the lost revenue that we're seeing. Obviously, this is not going to change. It's going to keep getting worse probably. And because all taxpayers saw some relief with Act 46, but it was a little bit short-sighted when passed in 2024 because the structure of the cuts results in disproportionately larger financial gains for the higher earners. So this is a great place where we're not raising taxes by repealing Act 46. It's pausing the future automatic deductions and reductions, and it's preserving our ability to reassess the financial conditions before this revenue is reduced. We really can't afford to reduce anything right now. And this is a way of actually more leveling the playing field between the lower income and the high earners who are paying not their fair tax share. This Chamber of Sustainable Commerce truly believes in creating a regenerative economy, which requires a steady circulation of resources and not structural deficits that force reactive cuts later. Because that's what we're worried about. We're worried about what happens when we don't have enough money. We're going to be cutting services. We're going to be putting it on our credit card, our general obligation bonds, which is taxing our future and our keiki anyway. We need to raise the money now. So this is a way that it doesn't really affect anyone, that these haven't gone into effect right yet. So it's going to just reduce those future ones. So it's just reducing the cuts. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed Center for Law and Economic Justice and Support.
Aloha Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 2306. I also want to thank you guys for considering this bill today, because this is going to set the stage for the state's fiscal outlook really for years to come. This bill also recognizes that halting the implementation of the tax cuts passed in 2024 is really the most prudent and smart decision that the state can make at this point. Right now, federal funding cuts are poised to strip hundreds of millions of dollars out of our local economy and directly target our social safety net, particularly the SNAP and the Medicaid programs. As written, these cuts overwhelmingly favor the wealthiest households, and this bill allows us to reset and rethink what a truly fair tax code looks like for Hawaii. Also preserving our ability to keep our programs running when communities are going to need them most. Our tax dollars are so necessary for funding the things that we all benefit from, things like schools, roads, public infrastructure, and our keiki and kapuna care. These are the building blocks of a thriving community, and the people of Hawaii deserve to have the very best. Another benefit of this bill is it puts us on a pathway to get there by expanding the child and dependent care tax credit to help subsidize the cost of keiki and component care for Hawaii's working families. That's exactly the kind of investment that we need to preserve our revenue for, so that we can help our working families thrive here in Hawaii. So Hawaii Appleseed stands in strong support of HB 2306. We're also a member of the Hawaii Tax Fairness Coalition and the Fund Our Future campaign, standing in support today. We asked this committee to pass this bill so that Hawaii has the resources it needs to fund our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Indivisible Hawaii in support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of committee. My name is Young-hee Overly from Indivisible Hawaii. Thank you for this opportunity. In addition to the testimony we submitted, I do want to point out again, like I did yesterday, that not only do we need the money for our safety net programs with the federal funding cut and cost of living rising, if we do this, we are gonna be set up toward a progressive tax system. And again, the studies have shown that states with progressive tax systems are better placed to live, work, and raise a family. So do it for now, but also do it for future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are also a member of Hawaii Tax Fairness Coalition.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Public Health Institute in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nate Hicks with Hawaii Public Health Institute in support of this bill. Appreciate you giving us the opportunity to testify in this. We think it's extremely important. Today, nearly half of our households are struggling to make ends meet, living and impoverished, making less than the survival budget just to make ends meet here in Hawaii. And so I think this bill is a question on where our priorities are. When the benefits of this bill highly skew towards those at the top of the income threshold, where the total cost is $1.4 billion, but $100 million of it every year will go just to the top 1% of income earners. Just 7,000 families benefiting $12,000 every year from this tax cut. 600 million of which just going to the top fifth of income earners. And so when we talk about people struggling to make ends meet, it's absolutely important that we invest in making sure Hawaii is more affordable. But when $100 million every year is going to the top 1%, $600 million is going to the top fifth of income earners, that means we are not investing in the programs to make Hawaii more affordable, to ensure that the half of people who are struggling to survive can make ends meet. Programs like affordable housing, universal child care, paid family and medical leave, free school meals, livable wages. These things exist in places around the nation, around the world, and are extremely effective, extremely popular. 70% of Democrats support all of these programs, and it is incredibly important that we get these things done. We have passed these tax cuts to the exclusion of these necessary programs. These programs in total, all of these things I listed, cost less than the tax cuts that we've been giving away. So it's not like these things are impossible or out of reach. They're definitely in reach. We can choose to make them happen if we reverse these tax cuts. If we want to make sure that Hawaii is affordable, we want to provide the benefits to make sure people can live here, it starts with this bill. We can turn around 10 years from now and say this was the opportunity we took to make sure Hawaii is affordable for everybody. Rather than doubling down on tax cuts like the Trump administration, we can reverse course and make sure that people have the opportunity to afford to live. Mahalo for your opportunity, and please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Nicole Wu. My testimony starts on page 18 of the PDF. There are charts in it, so you might want to look. Reflecting what Nate just said, the tax cuts that were passed in 2024 give people at the top 1%, by the time it fully comes into effect, which will be in 2031, those in the top 10% will be receiving over $12,000 per year, every year in the tax cut. And those folks make an average of over $1 million a year. That translates into over $1.4 billion in revenues lost to the state every year by 2031. And that doesn't even talk about inflation. That's, at the numbers that we have right now. So this bill pauses the future tax cuts in this bill because it gets bigger and bigger every year between when it was passed in 2031. But it preserves the tax cuts that have already taken effect. So nobody's going to get a tax increase, and people are going to keep the tax cuts that they already got from Act 46 in 2024. We are also a member of the Tax Fairness Coalition, and the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy took a look at this bill, HB 2306. And so on page 19 of the PDF, I put in a couple of charts just to distill these very migraine-inducing spreadsheets from ITEP. The red bars show the 5 income quintiles, from the lowest 20% of income earners to the highest. By 2031, this bill would pause future tax breaks worth about $700 million a year. Nearly half of that are tax cuts that would have gone to those at the top 20%, the top fifth, making an average of over $350,000 a year. And less than 9% of those tax cuts would have gone to those in the bottom 40%, making less than $57,000 a year. So this bill really does, again, ask those who can afford to give up tax breaks to give up some pretty large ones. Further down on page 19, there's the orange chart. Okay, and it shows that families at the top 1% will be paying over $8,000 a year, right? And then those at the bottom would give up maybe $72 a year. So this is a very progressive way to bring some more revenue in the context of federal tax cuts, federal funding cuts. Thank you. Please pass this bill.
Thank you. Hawaii Food Industry Association in opposition on Zoom.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Lauren Zerbel on behalf of Hawaii Food Industry Association. We are in opposition to this measure. Increasing taxes further than pausing the tax cuts makes it more difficult for us to attract and retain talented workers because they can move to other states with no income tax and essentially receive a pretty large income increase. We are currently ranked the 5th worst in the United States for personal income tax as a percent of income. This was recently came out 2025 Wallet Hub compared 50 states. We are the worst, the number 1 worst for overall taxation, and the 5th worst for personal income taxes. And I provided all of that info. Part of the reason why we're number 1 for overall tax burden is the GET pyramiding and being applied to essentials that people need to live. If you're looking for increasing revenue, we would suggest a 0.5% wealth tax on individuals with over $2 billion in global net worth, similar to what California is proposing, but much less. If you did that, it would only apply to 3 people. This data is publicly available on Forbes. These are residents of Hawaii. And it would generate $1 billion of revenue for the state annually, while only impacting 3 taxpayers. We believe it is false to say that increasing the standard deduction does not help low and middle income people. It absolutely does, as does collapsing the brackets, as this would do. And this would eliminate it permanently. It wouldn't be a pause. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in opposition.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ted Kafalis with Grassroots Institute, and we're in strong opposition to HB 2306. I want to address a common misconception. So yes, in raw dollar terms, higher income taxpayers are going to see larger cuts, but focusing only on the dollar amount actually misses what matters the most, and that's the percentage. So you take a family of 4 that makes $50,000. They will see their tax bill shrink. If this is fully phased in, they'll see their tax bill shrink $1,700 or 85%. That same family makes $500,000, let's say. Their tax bill will shrink $12,000 or 28%. So yes, the dollar amount is bigger in the second example, but the proportional relief is greater in the first. that's exactly how progressive income tax rates work. Higher earners see larger dollar savings because they pay more. Lower and middle income earners are going to see a larger percentage of reductions in their total liability. So when the cuts are fully phased in, Hawaii's lower and middle income taxpayers will actually go from one of the highest taxed in the country to one of the lowest. And remember, that was the whole goal of, the policy goal when we passed this in 2024, not to stop halfway. If money is tight, the solution is not necessarily to raise taxes, it's to try to control spending. Pausing the tax cuts would, I guess, raise about $250 million in 2028. I wasn't able to include this in my written testimony, but I have a list of areas that could help make up the difference through structural reforms rather than taking away money from local people or cutting services. I'd be happy to provide this list to the committee afterwards. But it's things like cleaning up special funds that the state auditor has flagged for years. That's $115 million right there. Eliminating long-term vacant positions that have been vacant for years. That could result in tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. The money is there. The real question is just the political will. And I want to just leave with this reminder that families tighten their belts during inflation. We believe that the government needs to do the same in certain cases. So we do hope that you defer HB 2306, and mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed in support? Not present. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We've heard a lot of people say that what we want to do is to pause the out years of the tax cuts. I heard Mr. Kane from the governor's office say that right at this hearing. But that's not what the bill does. The bill doesn't pause the out years, it eliminates them. To fix that, it's very easy. You just go into the bill and change the future schedules to a different year, such as on page 9, line 4, change 2026 to 2029 if you want to pause the out years for 3 years. That's very easy. Don't as opposed to just whacking the language entirely, because we never know when it's going to come back in. Secondly, we had some technical comments on the debarment language that's being added to the credit. The concern we have is that the language doesn't really tell us what happens if there's a partial disallowance. I mean, obviously, if somebody claimed something that they weren't entitled to at all, that's one thing. But if they they switched a couple of numbers around and misadded, does that trigger the debarment provisions as well? Like if somebody claimed a $150 credit, they were entitled to $140. Does that mean they can't claim anything in the succeeding 2 years? Because literally that's what the bill says. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We have testimony from Robert Perkinson in support.
Aloha, I'm Robert Perkinson. I'm speaking in favor of HB 2306. Thank you so much for having me. I really mainly want to commend you all for taking this bill on. It can feel like tricky politics to consider voting for a rescission or suspension or a freezing of tax cuts, but in this instance, it really is the responsible thing to do. We're facing kind of, on top of all of the pressures we normally face as a state, we've got a protracted and severe housing crisis, we've got a whole series of climate disasters that we want to be prepared for instead of just react to, and now the federal cuts as well. And to try to face all of those challenges with our coffers depleted, especially in a design that depletes the coffers to the benefit of those who need it least, would be irresponsible. And I think in the end that's that's worse politics than voting in favor of this bill. So I hope you will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Members, please also note testimony in support from Councilmember Tamara Pelton from the Maui County Council, one other organization, and 22 individuals, as well as about 140 individuals in opposition. Is there anybody? Could you just state your name for the record and your stance before you begin?
My name's Carlos Osuna. Good to go?
Yep.
Alright. Aloha. Again, my name's Carlos Osuna. I'm a senior at UH Manoa and a proud beneficiary of the education provided by our university. Today I'd like to do my part in supporting my university and the place which I'm so lucky to be in, this state, right back by testifying in favor of HB 2306. HB 2306 allows for a fair tax code to foster the common good. It is crucial for the state to have the ability to provide both the services we depend on, but why stop there when there can be so much more done? The legislature is in a prime position to aid the state in bolstering its investments into our communities through the passage of HB 2306. Schools, kapuna care, food security, and so much more can be bolstered, and all it takes is a fair tax code. According to Civil Beat, the state has already cut over $100 million from its normal spending, most of that being taken away from the Department of Education. That's over $100 million being taken away from the youth of Hawaii and put right back into the pockets of corporations and the wealthiest among us. By passing HB 2306, and therefore bypassing potentially disastrous loss of billions in tax revenue, the state's financial situation becomes far less perilous, and Hawaii's students, its youth and future, can be put on a better path towards success. With the passage at the federal level of the One Big Beautiful Bill and all the other tax cuts that have transpired, the ultra-wealthy are already benefiting from one of the biggest tax cuts they've ever received. Regardless of that, they would still remain ultra-wealthy if HB 2306 passes despite any changes in tax policy. Through the adjustments that are provided through the bill, the increased taxes that they will pay will help create a better place for all of us to live in. So now the ball is in your court, and you can help prevent the state losing billions by passing this bill. Billions of dollars that can go towards education, disaster recovery, and struggling families. I know you all want what's best for this state and for our communities, so please act by supporting the passage of HB 2306. Mahalo.
Thank you. Please just state your name for the record before you begin.
My name is Ian Russell. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm a student at UH Manoa, and I'm here to express my strong support for HB 2306. As a current student, I've seen firsthand how incredible the opportunities at UH are, but I'm deeply concerned about the future. Under the current tax cuts from Act 46, the state faces an annual shortfall of up to $1.4 billion lack of funding. Because our university relies on state subsidies, these cuts will almost certainly result in a loss of funding for UH. We are currently already seeing federal research grants diminish, and when the state budget shrinks, those costs are pushed directly onto students like me through increased tuition, food, and housing. I personally am already considering not living on campus next year due to the cost. Another large increase would likely force many other students to have to make long commutes from across the island. Furthermore, state-funded scholarships are vital. Half of our undergraduates have financial need, and of those, 1 in 10 get their scholarships from the state. We cannot afford to put state aid on the chopping block to fund tax cuts that don't serve the student body. I urge you to pass HB 2306 and protect our education. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Isabella Peavy. I'm a college freshman at UH Manoa, voting in favor of HB 2306. When the state prioritizes policies that increase access to financial support systems such as House Bill 2306, it creates a more stable environment for the economy. That stability creates more access for students to scholarships and financial assistance. This, in turn, pushes students to want to pursue a higher education. I, as a freshman at the University of Hawaii, am intending to attend medical school in hopes to become an anesthesiologist. With the passing of this bill, it will make it easier for me and my fellow students to have less of a financial burden and thus focus more on our studies instead of working long hours late in the night and skipping schoolwork due to being tired or drowsy. Which is why I vote in favor to build the future of our medicine. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Ano Mitaina. I'm a freshman at UH Manoa. I stand in support of Bill HB 2306 because I believe it will help so many people in the long run. Because I've seen many kids with special needs, but sometimes the government doesn't have enough to help due to taxes, and some families have to figure things out for their children, all this can change because of this bill, because it'll increase their capacity to help these families out. I've had some of my own cousins and nephews who have special needs who are children who weren't able to receive the help they needed, and they would get bullied out of school, and they would just have a horrible time in school, and their life would just crash down. And because of their financial situation, and yet they press on with smiles on their faces, and they stay calm and stay true to themselves. I urge you to pass this bill so we can help out many more families in the future, and for the people of Hawaii. I thank you and mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Ella Hanks. I'm currently a freshman at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I'm here today in support of HB 2306 and why we should go through with the freezing of these taxes. Not going through with the freezing of HB 2306 would negatively affect my and other students' chances to get affordable off-campus housing. As of early 2026, Hawaii is known as the most expensive place in the United States to live, and I'm working a part-time job in order to pay rent for an apartment. While being a full-time student, it's almost impossible to achieve. Although I wouldn't be living off campus for another 2 years, bills take a long time to be put in place. Therefore, the minimum price of an apartment would increase by the time I would be paying it. To add on to this, college students aren't the only ones who would be affected by the passing of this bill. Working people and struggling families are affected as well. Most people aren't able to afford rent, healthcare, and groceries now. If we freeze the state income taxes, Hawaii would be able to save money and raise funds towards helping our community thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Landon Love, and I'm speaking in support of HB 2306 to freeze the tax cuts under Act 46. Today I speak not only as a student, but someone who has seen firsthand through my own friends and family how difficult it is for local families to afford housing, healthcare, groceries, and even childcare. With many of these people being the hardest workers I know, sometimes holding multiple jobs at once, just to be able to remain here in Hawaii. At the same time, these people are also being asked to accept cuts to essential services because there's just not enough money. However, this is unacceptable. As housing has begun to feel increasingly out of reach for many, my peers and I have begun to question whether or not we can even afford to build our own futures and families here in Hawaii. Taxes fund important services for many people across the islands, whether they're amongst the wealthiest or a hardworking family. Services such as housing programs, MedQuest, public education, food services such as SNAP, road maintenance, and even care for our keiki and kupuna. These investments are not just luxury, they're essential. If Hawaii is to remain a place where people and working families can live and thrive, we must ensure that our tax system is fair. This is why I asked you to pass HB 206. Thank you.
Please.
Hi. My name is Donovan Zachary Silva Benitez, and I'm currently an undergraduate student of University of Hawaii at Manoa. I respectfully submit this testimony in support of HB 2306. As someone who grew up in a household with limited income and solely relied on scholarships and government financial aid, I understand how important programs such as SNAP and public education are for families like mine. I urge you to take my thoughts into careful consideration when deciding whether or not to pass this bill so that families like mine can continue to access programs and services like these. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Aloha, my name is Amelia Taylor. I'm a freshman at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and I'm testifying in support of this bill. for the freezing of Act 46's tax bracket changes, and I believe that increasing the tax rates for higher income tax brackets can provide funding for essential public services such as education. During my time here, I've had the privilege of working in a public school system for about 7 months, and I have seen the impacts of the state's funding discrepancies towards public education in this state. I have seen it in the shockingly low test scores of 6th and 8th graders in fundamental subjects such as math and reading, and in expanding the contents of my job description to assist underpaid and overworked teachers that I work with in menial tasks that are unrelated to improving test scores. These children do not deserve the lack of funding that they receive in public education, and I really do believe that this bill can help bridge that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Aloha, my name is Ali Ibanez. I support HB 2306. I believe this measure is a big step toward creating a stronger and more equitable Hawaii. This bill reflects the kind of thoughtful leadership our communities deserve, a leadership that listens, responds, and takes action on issues that truly matter. As someone who cares about the well-being of families, Kanaka Maoli, and Keiki, I support policies that promote families, accountability, and long-term stability. Thanks. Passing HB 2306 would demonstrate a clear commitment to protecting and uplifting our communities. Mahalo for your time and dedication to our state.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair and Vice Chair of the committee. I am Sophia Christopherson from UH, and I am in support of House Bill 2306. As the years goes by, the struggles of the low and middle class become more and more evident. By opting for tax cuts now, which are disproportional between income groupings, we are depriving our future of amenities that should be the forefront of the government and Hawaii's mind.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Just start with your name and stand for the record.
Hello, everyone. My name is Will Carone, testifying as an individual. Just briefly wanted to push back on something that was said earlier, that what's most important about the cuts that were passed is the percentage and not the dollar. As someone who's struggled to afford food and other necessities in my life, I have to say that doesn't make any sense to me. And again, I want to direct you guys to what Nicole Wu was saying. If I'm in the bottom 20% quintile, the maximum tax cut I'm going to get from the tax cuts that were already passed is like around $400. That's at the top of Rule 2031. $400 of tax relief, that's great. Of course, nobody's going to say no to that. But let's put that into perspective, right? That's like a month of SNAP benefits. If I'm struggling to afford food and my SNAP benefits get cut, that $400 is not going to cover the lack of SNAP. So I think what's really important is the dollar amount, not the percentage amount. I can't buy food with percentage points. I need dollars to buy food. And the $400 that I'm going to get, that 85% tax cut if I'm at the bottom quintile, again, it sounds great, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough to cover the gap that's going to be in my household budget if my SNAP benefits get cut because of the federal government. So really, it's the dollar amount that matters, not the percentage.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify?
Okay, members, any questions on this measure? Okay, Rep. Hartsfield, Rep. Kitagawa, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. For Governor's Office. Aloha, and thank you to the Governor's Office for this bill to try and address decreased federal funding to maintain services for working families in Hawaii, as well as to provide tax relief for low and moderate households. We heard testimony from the Tax Foundation about instead of removing portions of the existing statute to just change the dates. And that would truly be a pause to what this bill proposes to do. So my question is, what are the Governor's Office thoughts on that? And is that something that we should consider?
So I think, it's one thing that we did consider. I think with the uncertainty that will continue potentially for many years, it's hard at this point, I think, to put a date on something to say this is exactly when this should all kick back in. Now, we're not opposed if the legislature would like to look at that. But right now, I think that uncertainty extends so far out that because things that are happening now will have this ripple effect for many, many years beyond you know, the current administration or whatever is happening up on the federal level, right? So if the legislature wants to, deem that appropriate, that's fine. But I think we would want to work with the Department of Taxation about how that would be implemented as well, because these tax changes need time to go into effect and then also be, communicated to the taxpayers as well.
Alright, thank you. No other questions from me, Chair.
Representative Gall.
Thank you for being here. I don't know if the question would be for you or maybe for the Department of Taxation. And I'm trying to get a better understanding of this bill in the sense that the conversation has kind of been around maintaining tax relief for low-income working families while removing the tax relief for higher income earners. But when I look at the bill, it seems like all the brackets are crossed out, all the tax amounts are crossed out. So I'm wondering, what is the income threshold that we're looking at, like removing the tax relief from? So is it like, for example, if you're a single income earner, right, you make, I don't know, 150,000 or something, then the tax relief no longer applies to you? Because that's not how I'm kind of reading it, right? And so I'm wondering, how are lower income working families still getting tax relief from this bill? And how does that kind of work?
Sure. So yeah, I think that's a good question to provide clarity on. So the bill, what's in place again, and what's already occurred and what will occur through 2026 will remain in place. So every tax bracket has received cuts to their taxes. Now, if you're looking at percentiles, and we have a kind of a chart here of the lowest 10% all the way, by tens all the way up. If you're in the lowest percentiles there, you're looking at potentially 81%, 177%, so you'll get back some credits. Those families will receive the lion's share. To be clear, the upper tax credits will receive tax breaks. For this case, the highest 10% of earners under this proposal will have still received a 10% tax relief. The 81 to 90% will still have received a 20%. These are things that have already gone into place. Now, the ones that we're pausing or stopping or whatever we like to use is all for everyone. Going forward after this, there's no more. And then we would bring in the tax credits to address the lower income and the moderate income folks.
And that's, okay, so the tax relief you're sharing about is based off of what's currently already in the tax system. So that's what we're saying, you're getting tax relief on the things that have already happened.
Correct.
Okay, and then the way we're going to be supporting lower income working families is through like the child and dependent tax credit, the the
earned income tax credit, right?
Okay, so what happens if someone say, and I don't know what the threshold amounts are, but let's say you don't have like child and tax credit, you don't have children, you're joint filer, you're single filer, you're working family, whatever, but you don't have kids, so that wouldn't apply to you, right? But then maybe they don't meet the EITC, so they may not. So I feel like there's still like a middle group, right, that will still not be provided any tax relief if we're only focusing on providing the tax credits. Does that make sense? I'm trying to understand like how the bill is structured so that, because I think the conversation has always been, we're still trying to help lower income, working families, all these things, but I'm trying to figure out how that bill still does that.
Right. So I'll let DOTAC's deputy director here jump in a little bit, but I think again, the lowest, all taxpayers across the state have already received significant tax reductions, right? If you're in the lowest 10th percentile, by the end of 2026, your taxes have reduced 177%. So they would not, if they do not qualify for those childcare tax credits or their EITC or those other things, you're absolutely correct. They won't continue to receive additional tax cuts. But up to this point, their taxes have been cut, you know, over 100% and then some. And then again, it goes up there by a percentile. So I understand we may not be able to reach all people on the tax credits, but everyone has received significant, and especially the lowest earners.
Okay. And then, yeah, I'll just add that looking at the tax credits, the combination of the child and dependent care, the EITC and the food and excise tax credit, those three combined, we are trying to reach as broad a population as possible with the low and moderate income tax amounts. So under the initial income tax changes back in 2023, the legislature increased the EITC and the food and excise tax credit. However, those are scheduled to sunset in 2027. So what this bill does to ensure that that targeted population continues to get benefits, we are extending the sunset for those credits to 2031 or 2032. So food and excise tax credit, which benefits our lowest income taxpayers, the child and dependent care for working families, and the EITC, the taxpayers who work that have it that low to moderate income. So a combination of that we thought was a pretty comprehensive way to provide these benefits.
I have a quick follow-up to that. What is the income amount that would allow people to still qualify for these three different tax credits? Like, what is the max that you can make to still qualify?
So with the food and excise tax credit, if you are a single taxpayer, the income threshold is $40,000. If you are head of household or joint, it's $60,000. The EITC, I believe it is based on the number of persons in your household. For tax year 25, and it's based on federal amounts. The AGI, the federal AGI, for example, for zero dependents would be 19,000 for single, 26,000 for joint. If you have 3 dependents, 61,000 for single, 68,000 for joint. And then the child and dependent care credit, under our proposal, all families would benefit. It's just you get a reduced percentage of your expenses that you're able to recover.
So there's no amount cap?
There's no cap on your income, but the highest earners will be limited to 15% of the expenses that they're able to recover.
Okay, great, thank you.
And then 50% at the highest, which will benefit. In our testimony, we laid out the different percentages. So if your income is not over $150,000, you can recover 50% of your expenses.
For a joint?
With a cap, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Additional questions? Rep. Miyake?
Chair, for DOTAX. Going off of my colleague's question, so the bill eliminates the inflation adjustment. So if lower or middle to low income person gets a raise, wouldn't it eventually they pay more taxes over time?
For the income tax brackets, yes, so by design, if you don't index the tax brackets to inflation, there is income creep that happens.
Right.
And I think a way that you can address that is by staggering the income tax changes over time, which I believe was the approach that was done in the previous bill, Act 46. The legislature opted, instead of the inflation increases, to stagger the bracket amounts over time.
Okay. Thank you.
So this would just pause it for the time being.
Members, additional questions?
Question, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I guess for both of you. When the bill was put together, the purpose of the bill And Chair, if it's okay, I can give
Do your thing,
context,
no worries.
give context to my question. Okay, but the purpose of the bill was that when minimum wage went from $7.75 to $10.10 an hour in 2015, and then thereafter we passed another bill that raised minimum wage to $12, then to $14, then this year it went to $16, and then 2028 it goes up to $18, right? So what the first part of the bill was trying to address is that when we were increasing minimum wage, we didn't re-index, we didn't adjust the brackets. So the bill technically was not a tax cut, it was to re-index what we should have done years ago. That's what the bill was trying to accomplish, okay? Number two is when we asked your department, DOTAX, and it was Seth Kobe was there at the time, and this was his answer. I asked specifically who was taking EITC, the food credit, the child independent credit, and I think it was the renter's credit, right? And I said, who was taking it? He said, well, that is protected information. We cannot give you who's taking it, but you could give it to us by area. So what stood out when you sent us the information, if you lived in a challenged area, so West Oahu, sorry, places like that, hardly anybody was taking those credits. But if you lived in a well-to-do area, Kahala, Wailai, whoever could, and a lot of people were taking those credits, which kind of made sense, right? Because they have the wherewithal, they have the understanding of the tax code, they have CPAs, they can pay these people to do this for them, and they're gonna take advantage of everything they could. So that's when we're creating the bill, we determined that it'd be better if we increase the standard deduction, because people that are financially challenged usually don't itemize. So we just give them the money, right? So that's why in the opposite year, we doubled the standard deduction, and then in the out years, every other year, we were increasing the standard deduction. To just don't make them apply, just give them the money, and that was the idea, right? So, you know, these bills are gonna increase those credits that again may still have challenges to get to that. I would prefer if we focused on something just give them the money, right? That's number one, and I want your thoughts on that. Because this information came from DOTAX, right? And then number two is that and this is hard to measure, so I've asked this question for a number of years. As we started increasing income tax to higher brackets, right? That created incentives, if you will, and then maybe that's the wrong word, but for people to export income out of state, because it just made financial sense to, if they have the ability to just find a state or an area that doesn't have income tax, right? And what they save in income tax in many cases would help pay for wherever they are, and then they spend, you know, half, they're supposed to spend over half the year in that place, and then but they still have a house in Hawaii. And so I've always believed that we need to increase property to be able to fix that, but that's a whole nother discussion. So the while I do agree with a lot of the testifiers in support of this bill that the target should be the high income earners, but I do believe that we have three major taxes. We have income tax, we have consumption taxes, the GET, and then we have property taxes, right? Property taxes are close to home issues, so in most states, education, community hospital, jails, traffic court, and ambulance service, and parks, public safety, all these things are paid for by property taxes, close to home issues. Kind of makes sense, right? Better services you actually be paid for by property. Consumption taxes are usually taxes that the state collects. It makes sense because, you know, there's a nexus to the services we provide. Income should be at the federal level. And if you wanna target those people, it should be at the federal level, because then they cannot export. Because wherever they go in the country, they're gonna be at that top level. Versus when the state increases it, we give that opportunity for people to export. and to decide to move their income out of state and things like that. Our trouble right now in our state is that I agree with all of them, our people are challenged and they're voting with their feet, right? The middle income and bottom that have the ability to, they're moving out of the state. They're voting with their feet. It's hard to live here, it's high cost of living, all those things, right? The opposite applies to high income earners, business people. Most of them now are not traditional corporations, they're pass-through entities, LLC, LLPs, right? So the money flows to the individual. And where they're voting with their money, right? They're not reinvesting in our state, they're investing out of state. They're taking their money and they're putting it out of state because it's like many people say, it's just difficult to do business in Hawaii. So they're choosing to vote with where they put their money. And the more we start to do things like this, my concern is that they will continue to vote where they invest their money. And that's gonna be a challenge. So my question is that, is what I said still true? What DOTAX, when you told me that people taking those, the EITC, the child impact credit, right, the food credit, all those credits, is it still difficult or not being taken by people on the bottom rung? And do you think that increasing the standard deduction would be a better policy to get money directly to them and don't make them apply, just give them the money?
So I think there have been efforts, I realize and I acknowledge that there are still issues with having taxpayers who need tax relief the most applying, and not everyone does for these credits. However, there has been an increase in the number of credits. We have been making an effort to educate the public through publications and outreach and whatnot. With that said, I would agree that a standard deduction is a great way to address income equality and to provide benefits. I think specifically for this bill, however, we ran through various scenarios and we did also look at the standard deduction, and we just were not able to find a way to recover the revenue that we needed and target the population that we wanted to help. So this was the solution that we had come up with.
And that leads to the second question. So this is for you. So it was brought up that it'd be prudent for the legislature to maybe look into tightening our own belt first before we ask people to have a delay in what we promised, right? So did you look into some possibilities?
Yes.
Okay. And have you sent that to this committee?
No. So what we looked at is, this is a little complicated, I think, in my mind, having, as you know, worked on budgets for many years. This one's a little trickier because it is, I think, more of a moving target than I've ever seen before on the federal level as far as how these things.
I understand the challenges of what the uncertainty, and that's something that we discuss here at length,
Sure.
right? And I agree that uncertainty is probably one of our biggest challenges. But at the same time, it'd be prudent for us to look, especially because, right, and I brought this up in the budget briefings when Yuhiro was here as well as BNF, that right we know our workforce age people the population is shrinking, right? They're moving away, right? We know that. And in fact, the economists tell us that in the near future, the population may start going backwards, right? For the longest time, we've been holding at about 1.4 million people. For the first time in history, we might start going backwards, right? So, and it's mostly people of workforce age that are leaving. So with that, and then I argued that at some point in time, the federal government will change and they will start hiring again, and they are probably the employer of choice, so people will leave the state to work for them. Tourism will recover and they will pay what they need to get workers, and then so it'll be at the expense of the legislature. So I believe that this is a good time for us to re-examine and right-size government to provide the services that we need to provide, and that's our responsibility. So we should have a, right, to address the cost of living, we should have a well-compensated, well-trained, smaller workforce. But we gotta start working on that, right? Because again, we know the population is shrinking, and we know at some point in time in the future, people may choose to work for the employer of choices, right? Which happened, this is not new, right? When the federal government hiring, people leave. When tourism is booming, they hire and they take employees from us. So you know, these are the kind of times where we're supposed to be doing the hard work. We're supposed to be looking at these things. Have you considered that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so what's your plan?
So I think this year, excuse me, we looked at flattening out the budget to begin with. The only increases that we submitted in this supplemental year were related to the
Those are
increased
ads, I'm
costs.
talking about going into the base.
Right, so if right now, the decision was made that we're going to continue to work with the legislature on that, but we were not gonna submit a budget that was going to cut positions.
So you have no
cut
recommendations for us?
services. Our recommendations were included in the budget
As far as going into the
submission.
base?
No.
Okay, so there's nothing that you can recommend to us?
I mean, we have already submitted the budget request to you
The
folks.
budget is an ad, but I'm talking about,
We didn't add to
right,
it.
tightening our belt and looking into the base.
Yeah, I mean, some of the things that were brought up are definite things that we can do. They're a little bit of one-time adjustments, right? So the idea of going to the special
But you
funds.
haven't looked, or
Which, of course, well, we have
okay,
looked, of course,
so
but
then
we're
are
not
there
willing to.
recommendations that you can send to us?
I'm sorry?
Are there recommendations you can send?
We can look at it, yeah, right now.
So you haven't looked then?
We have looked.
Okay, so are there recommendations you can send?
I don't have any recommendations right now to send to you, no.
Alright, thank you, Chair.
Members, additional questions on this measure? Yeah, there you go for it.
Grassroots, are they still here? Welcome, and I'd like to thank the representative from Maui for his comments and questions. We were talking about looking internally at how we can tighten our belt. You had some suggestions in your testimony. I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit.
Sure, I appreciate the question. I appreciate Rep. Yamashita's questions as well. And it is, some of these are things that would be one-time savings. So you look at abolishing vacant positions that have been vacant for years. Anything over, I believe it's 4 years, that's $30 million, but there are other positions that have been vacant 2 years, 3 years, and really have not had any efforts to fill. There's the special funds that have been flagged by the auditor. There is getting rid of the FAMUS accounting system, which is $60 million. Also, just looking at the budget itself from 2019, right? And going back to that year, adjusting for inflation, that's $120 million right there. So there are opportunities and ways to not necessarily cut a bunch of services for folks, but to, as you mentioned, Rep, right-size government and go back to a time where we're not spending so much money, especially when we're asking local residents to give up thousands of dollars.
So some of these recommendations that you mentioned, what kind of effect do you think they would have on some of the services that are currently being given to those in need?
I mean, a lot of these things are not necessarily cuts. You look at like the Hawaii Convention Center. I know this may be controversial, but like that's a money pit right now. You look at the controversial Hawaii Tourism Authority, which every year it seems like they have to fight for funding. That's $66 million right there. So there's a lot of opportunities, and again, I would be happy to provide this list to this committee afterwards. We've identified probably close to around $500 million in areas that would be ripe for cutting without necessarily getting rid of essential services.
I'd love to get that study.
Yeah. Absolutely, I can send that after this.
Thank you.
Rep Kush?
Opposite, thank you. Yeah, I'd love to get a copy of that as well. That's really interesting. I just had a quick follow-up question. You mentioned that the budget has grown about 120 million since 2019. Is that inflation
So
adjusted?
if you were to adjust for inflation, there's about $120 million in excess after that adjustment.
Oh, okay, so that includes the inflation
Correct.
index. Okay, thank you.
Members, additional questions on this measure? No? Ah, there you go.
Mr. King? For my own edification, if we were to take some of the recommendations that had just been discussed around removing vacancies from the state budget, does that actually save us money, or does that just change the amount of money that, let me put it that way, does that actually save us money?
So it's a good question, and I think it's an exercise that the legislature and the executive has been through multiple times since I've been around, right? So we look at these vacancies over time, and then we go to the departments, and then we try to pull down all these vacancies, and then we come to find out that there's actually people moving in, or there's this, or sometimes, and let's just be honest, that some of that vacancy savings is being used for operations, and if we remove the vacancy, then you're gonna have to fund the operational side of it. So there's kind of a bit of a wash. So can there be vacancy savings? Sure. But if those, I would also say though, but that's like a bit of a budget exercise, because if those positions are not filled with warm bodies, there's nothing being paid out, necessarily not being paid out for them.
Right.
So that money would still lapse back to the treasury at the end of the year anyway, which could then be reappropriated. So the idea that there's hundreds of millions of sitting there that's going out that we can pull back, I think is a little off.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, I appreciate it.
Okay, anyone else? Alright, if not, I'm gonna make a couple quick announcements just so that we can kind of level set expectations. We're gonna be taking up the next bill, HB 1776 HD2, relating to residential landlord tenant code. Then we're gonna take the last item on our agenda, which is relating to Banyan Drive Maka'oku Community Development District. And we're gonna take that out of order and hear that after 1776, because we do have people who've flown here who are here for one measure. And then we'll get onto the regular agenda. The plan would be after HB 1939, which is the film tax credit bill, we would probably take about a half-hour break. So just if you're after that on the agenda, don't wanna, hold you here for the next couple hours with that expectation. And then we'll reconvene after that. Okay, so moving on to HB 1776 HD2 relating to the residential landlord tenant code.
Okay, first we have DCCA, Office of Consumer Protection.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Emma Olson for the Office of Consumer Protection. We will stand on our written testimony offering comments. Our office is happy to publish a notice of tenants' rights. We do request a delayed effective date and an appropriation for publication and translation costs. Thank you. Available for questions.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Realtors with comments. We stand on our comments, thank you. Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha, we stand on our written comments in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed Center for Law and Economic Justice in support.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Committee on Finance. We appreciate the legislator for hearing this measure on both the House and the Senate side. This is one of our priority measures around tenant protections. The ability for a tenant to understand what their rights are and how to exercise them under the Landlord-Tenant Code is incredibly important. So having DCCA create accessible, multilingual landlord-tenant guidebooks is incredibly important. Additionally, including it in the signing of a lease agreement. I personally have dealt with issues around the Landlord-Tenant Code with a registered agent in the state who is a well-known landlord who did not know Landlord-Tenant Code themselves. So if anybody doesn't know, after 14 days, when you do your final walkthrough and looking to get your security deposit back,
if your landlord has not done that, they cannot take, if they have not given it to you within those 14 days, they cannot take out like what they would take to repaint the place, replace louvers. They have to give you your full refund back. I encountered this with a landlord that frankly didn't know the rules, even though they are registered real estate agents, and had to go back and forth with them for days. And so this was over 2 weeks where I didn't get my security deposit back, and it was finally like prompting, checking the landlord tenant code, calling DCCA, and then imploring the landlord to check with their legal department, because what was told to me was it's just not a part of our policy to follow these rules. So I think this would benefit both landlords and tenants, and we really appreciate the legislator for moving this forward, and thank you.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Also, additional testimony and support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, 3 other organizations, and 5 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure? Go ahead.
Hi, for OCP, please. Sorry, I was reminded when I was reading the realtor's testimony, there's the landlords, the working group to go over the entire landlord tenant code and make recommendations that was passed last year.
Yes.
And you guys are a member of that working group.
Yes.
So I was just a little confused because I thought we were not going to be doing piecemeal things until, you know, the recommendations came from the working group, and that was the whole point why we paused a bunch of stuff last year and then now. So can you speak to that? When should we be waiting until the full recommendations come out from the working group, which I think is not going to be for another couple of years?
Yes, that is a good question. I am personally not the member that is on the working group for our office, so I can't speak with specificity on that. I do know that it is a 3-year working group. I can go back and speak with my office to see kind of what the recommendation is.
Okay, because I know, I mean, because your office oversees most of the issues, right, with the landlord tenant code. So I mean, I think it would be helpful if you guys gave us that insight, because my thought was when we did that, the intention was to again not piecemeal things together until a full overview and comprehensive recommendation could go through. I think some of the stuff, you know, that you're saying you can do, and it would make it helpful for landlords and tenants to have these documents available and make it clearer for people, which I do think is helpful. But I do kind of then have an issue with mandating things on landlords with the fines and everything, since, you know, my district has a lot of smaller landlords, you know, they're just renting out their grandma's home or something because it's still in the family property. And, you know, I think part of the working group was to look at solutions to how to better educate the smaller landlords who don't have the resources to do some of these things. So I do kind of have concerns about levying things like fines at this point if we're gonna be doing some of this work. So maybe if you guys could take it back and kind of consider that in your testimony when you're providing things that, right, we are supposed to be waiting for this kind of comprehensive review of what's going on.
Yes, yeah, we do provide the landlord tenant residential handbook, which does offer information for both landlords and tenants, which is available online digitally for free. And this notice contemplated in the bill would also be published online. So I don't know about costs that would require landlords to pay if they could just pull it from our website.
Yeah, but I mean, I think to the point of the previous testifier also about, you know, I don't think smaller landlords have the ability all the time to know what's out there and know what they're supposed to be doing, which again is something the working group I know is supposed to be looking at, to provide those resources to everyone to kind of make sure we kind of, I guess, right size what's going on in community.
Understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. Any additional questions on this measure? If not, we're gonna move to the last item on our agenda. I move it out of order. And that is HB 2616 HD1 relating to the Banyan Drive Makaoku Community Development.
Okay, we have the Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Good morning. We sent out our written testimony in support.
Thank you. We have HCDA in support.
Craig Nakamoto, Executive Director of Hawaii Community Development.
the authority, stand on testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Banyan Drive Hawaii Redevelopment Agency with comments on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. We'll stand on our testimony and available for questions.
Thank you. We have Nawai Ha'ola Nui La'au Foundation and the Waikea Crown Land heirs in opposition on Zoom.
Aloha.
Hi. Yes, please proceed.
Aloha. I'm here at Maka'oku. My name is Kanoe Uluvehi Anuhea Case. I'm representing Waiakea Crown Land heirs today. So I'm just wanting to bring you folks to the space, yeah? That's what it's all about. We have Maka'oku behind me, and I'm here to testify in opposition to HB 2616 House Draft 1. The reasonings for that is because it specifically excluded the original intent of the bill to include lineal descendants such like us who are advocating for our healing of this beautiful place that we have, to Malama and our kuleana to steward this place. We are asking for support for this to be revamped and for our recommendations to be put into the House Draft 2 to be recognized as formal voting members on the authority. The Kupuna don't want this to be complicated, and I probably know I only have a few more seconds, so we just don't want to complicate this. Our intent to be on the board or on this authority is very clear. It's not to roadblock, it's not to do any sort of funny business. The reasons why, which we should not having to be saying this over and over and complicate the matter, is that we are lineal descendants who own title to land that's present on the Crown lands. We are different from OHA. We are different from DNR. We are different in so many ways to proceed with the roles that need to be recognized here. And if lineal descendants are not part of the authority, then there should be no advisory, and they should be contingent. Yeah. So if we're gonna keep being put inside these little cages, yeah, or blocks, as you can see, there's barriers around the pohaku for protection, right? But symbolically, they're symbolically put into a barrier that's protecting them, but yet not protected, right? So I'm just here to testify on the Zoom with Kupuna. And I know you folks will listen because we're moving into an era with younger Opio that are going to be pushing this, yeah? So it's not going to go away, right? So we're coming forward to ask
Can you start
kindly.
wrapping up your testimony,
Yeah,
please?
I will wrap it up. So we're just asking kindly to please consider these things because it's not going to go away. It's probably going to get stronger and stronger if it continues. So we just want to say mahalo and aloha to you folks. Mahalo, Chair Chris Todd, and mahalo Jenna, Vice Chair Jenna, and all the members of the committee. I know this will go well. If not today, it'll be in the future, but that's okay because we're not going to go away. So we mahalo you folks and malama pono.
Thank
We
you.
ho.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have Walk-in Keaukaha Action Network in opposition.
Is it required to sit? Am I
I've
required to
actually
sit?
never thought about that. It's probably
Comes
fine,
the
no
flow
stress.
to my brain, so
Yeah,
you know.
do your thing. Yeah.
Okay. So I am Terry Napiahi, co-author to the bill HB 2616 before it was amended and gutted. So I wanted to bring attention to the day that it was gutted and amended. That was the day that we had 100 testifiers, well, actually petitioners who were in support of lineal descendants and 100 support in the bill. And there was only one entity that came in, swooped in, and made an amendment, and it was accepted as by gutting out lineal descendants. The purpose of the bill So today, I think I'm here to justify why lineal descendants. I am a lineal descendant, 27 lineal descendants of Waiakea'ahupua'a. In the last 2 decades, my family has been asked and invited to be in environmental assessments, environmental impact statements, CIA's cultural impact assessments, and NHPA Section 106s. All of the environmental reviews that consider one group of people, and that is the native people of this Aina, of this home grounds of our people. So it's not like I jumped on board last minute to ask this request. I think it's feasible because we are already in the process that is placed in development. I have a business major and economics major. I'm also an archaeologist, a carpenter, and I'm also an entrepreneur. But I wasn't asked and invited to the table to comment. I was asked to the table for all these environmental reviews because I am a lineal descendant with ancestral knowledge, with mo'olelo. I get to sit with every development that comes in the Waiakea'ahupua'a. This is not the first. So I just wanted to let you know how long the Napi'ahis were invited to talk about development in Waiakea'ahupua'a. It's been decades. So this is not new. So I think it's a feasible ask. We do all the heavy lifting. We do all the advising to archaeologists, to legislators, to the planning department. I'm a planner. I'm a city planner for the county of Hawaii. But I wasn't asked to the table because I'm a planner. I was asked to the table because I have ancestral knowledge in the Palapala Sila Nui for this Waiakea'ahupua'a. I think it's a feasible ask. One entity came in, swoop up, and gutted out 2 things. Item number 6 and item number 7. Remove the lineal descendant. They have no justification for that. None whatsoever. Their justification in the Senate was, oh, because we don't want to lose the money. We're not here asking for money. We're here to ask for a voting voice. To be a member. Because I am an expertise. If you look at the list that they came up with, not one of them pick up rubbish in Waiakea'ahupua'a. Not one of them do ceremony in the places of significance. But I do. My ohana does. Because we have ancestral knowledge that every agency needs. You need me.
I don't wanna interrupt your flow. We're trying to give a little bit of leeway, but if you could summarize towards the end.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say. We recommended, my tutus and I recommended, we were kuleana stewards of a heiau that stood 60 feet tall. And it was dismantled. My tutus saved the main stone. It has a name, Maka Oku Ikalani, which was protected for generations. This pohaku is in my possession. We are asking that you use this heiau as a piko because you will have the buy-in from the entire community. 200 people supported this bill, but 1 didn't. I'd like to have you justify why they didn't, because to me that might be discriminatory.
Thank you.
And so I oppose the amended bill, and I'm asking that you put it back the way we wrote it. Mahalo nui, mahalo nui, mahalo nui. Thank you for letting my blood flow.
Thank you.
Members, also please note additional testimony with comments from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, testimony and support from Mayor Alameda from Hawaii County from Hawaii County, the County of Hawaii Department of Research and Development, the County of Hawaii Planning Department, Councilmember Pelton from the Maui County Council, 1 organization and 3 individuals, and 7 other individuals in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Oh, please just state your name and stand for the record before you begin.
Yes, hello, my name is Tanya Yamanaka Anasazi, I'm with the Chamber of Sustainable Commerce. And you know, we support people, planet, place, and prosperity. Communities and indigenous people must have agency over their own future, and they can only do that if they have agency over their sense of place. And that's all that they're really asking for. So we support the lineal descendants and their right to have voting representation in the redevelopment of Maka'oku. And please support the original intent of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody? Oh. Please just state your name for the record before you begin.
Hello, my kako o kahaka patolo koino. I oppose this HB 2616 HD1. I'm on behalf of speaking as a Nino heir, and it would be foolish not to include us in the decision making. That's how it should be. Just gonna be honest, what it really comes down to is a title issue. Who has a superior allotted land title? We do. They have the Pala Pala, we have the maps, and we have our proof. So I just hope that you guys will make the right decision, and have integrity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify?
Members, questions on this measure? Rep. Hussey?
I have a question for HCDA.
Morning, members.
Good morning, thanks so much for responding to
No
the
problem.
to the request. I was curious if you could share your concerns with including the lineal descendants in this process.
Actually, let me clarify and maybe provide some context. So right now, as some of you may know, we're undergoing a master planning process for the Waiakea area. This is with funds that were provided a couple of years ago by Representative Nakashima. So we're starting on that process. The process will be to kind of come up with a community master plan that will really guide the development, the areas where there will be cultural resources, a cultural center, perhaps maybe another hotel in that area. This process is ongoing right now. Once the community master plan is done, and we hope that this bill gets enacted, we need to do rules to govern the development for the district. As part of this master planning process, we're gonna convene a community advisory committee that will be made up of lineal descendants, will be made up of community folks, and that will be there to advise on the planning process. I would submit to this committee that that's where the kind of heavy lift and impactful kind of guidance can be given, because once the go through the planning process and we set forth land uses, that's what's gonna be sort of the roadmap for the future. Not necessarily how the board responds to those things, because for the board, it's gonna be permitting. Just say, well, is this entitled to be built there? So the heavy lift, Representative Hussey, is actually right now with that action committee that we're gonna form, which will include lineal descendants. And then that community action committee, I envision, is gonna be transition into a community advisory council that's gonna serve to advise the board on development permits that get submitted for the district, so they're not excluded. I'm just suggesting that maybe a more impactful way right now is this, putting them on this community advisory committee, which our planning entity, our planning consultant is preparing to do. And then that community advisory committee will transition into a community advisory council that will advise the board.
Okay, I appreciate that response. You know, I do hope that we can work with the HCDA to to make you feel comfortable with what the lineal descendants are asking for. You know, because most Native Hawaiians are sort of, I think of ourselves as sort of like internally diasporic. You know, most Hawaiians don't live on our ancestral land anymore because of the changes of the plantation era and land loss and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes all we have is our connection ancestrally to a place. And that doesn't mean though that we don't want to be connected to those places and that we would like to reestablish a connection at some point in the future. So, it would be great if we could work with your agency to make that more possible. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can add one more thing. I think all of us want the same thing for Waiakea. I think we all want the same thing. My predecessors before me in my seat, going back I think several years, if I kind of researched the rudimentary research of legislative history, there were several bills that were introduced about creating a community development district for Waiakea, Banyan Drive, and all of them were never acted upon. I think it's because my agency, never really went to the author of the bill and said, we're willing to do it. When Rep. Nakashima introduced the bill back in 2023, I approached Rep. Nakashima about it and said, we wanna work with you and we wanna do something. And he told me that was maybe one of the few times that anybody from the agency approached him to work with him. So I guess what I'm saying, Rep. Hussey, is I agree. We should work with all of you on this. But I also, and I think that our agency right now is really the best agency to see this implementation of the redevelopment of Waiakea area. I think our agency is the best agency to do that right now, and we're poised to do that. We are working on it already, and I think we're making progress with the planning, and we intend to see this through. So I agree with you. Thank you.
Members, additional questions on this measure? Rep. Hartsfield?
Sorry, Chair, if you could stay seated. I wanna follow up on this conversation about lineal descendants. If this bill were to move forward, am I understanding you correctly that the agency is open to adding them back on to be voting members?
Representative Hartfield, I'm not gonna, my testimony that I submitted prior really stands. I think I prefer that we, have this strong advisory committee that translates into an advisory council, and then we move forward with that. I really think that that's the most impactful way, Representative Hartfield, for input into this process.
Okay, if you can just help me to better understand, because from what I'm hearing is lineal descendants, they're good to be on the advisory board, that the information they can provide is extremely helpful. Then when it comes to decisions and voting, that they're not as necessary. So help me connect that bridge so I can better understand why it's okay to have them on an advisory board, but not have them on a board where they can vote and actually make decisions that will impact their community that their ancestors have been on for a number of years. So help me understand that easily.
Representative Hartsfield, before I say anything, I'm not disputing or arguing with their connection to the land. I'm not disputing any of that. And I'm gonna say this, but I don't wanna sound too bureaucratic about the way about what I'm gonna say. But I mean, we have right now 5 boards that I administer. 6 if this one gets put into place. 7 if another bill this session passes. I think that's more 6 more boards than any other state agency has. So there's a somewhat of a, you know, need for some continuity and standardization on these boards. That's one reason. And I don't mean to sound bureaucratic or technocratic about it. And then the other reason is I think on the board, we have representation from a cultural specialist who sits on all of our boards. So yeah, again, I don't wanna sound too bureaucratic about it, but we have 6 boards, we have 6 boards with this, 7 boards if there's another bill that passes this session. And there's a, you know, sense that there's need for some standardization.
Alright, thank you.
Members, anything else? If not, before we move on to the next item, just thank you for all being here and being part of it. You know, we're not gonna all see eye to eye and everything, but to your credit, you have been super engaged over the last few years in a way that no one from the state has been prior. You know, we'll disagree on some of the details and we'll figure some stuff out. We'll be alright.
Thank you.
Okay, before we get into the next bill, which is HB 2007, I did wanna give everyone a heads up for decision making for HB 2306, which is the income tax bill, and for HB 2007, which is what we're about to hear, and also for HB 2616, the plan would be to have decision making tomorrow at the end of our Wednesday 10 a.m. agenda. It'll give the committee and the chair some time to kind of digest and work some stuff out. But don't wanna keep you guys here for that same reason, yeah. Okay, next we're moving on to HB 2007, HD2, relating to the Household and Dependent Care Services Tax Credit.
Okay, first we have the Department of Taxation with comments.
No tax stands on our written comments.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Chris Coffey with the Hawaii Public Health Institute. We're in support of this bill. As you all know, for working families, childcare has become very unaffordable. Everything else becomes unstable when childcare is so unaffordable. In Hawaii, families are paying some of the highest childcare costs in the nation, more than $24,000 a year for infant care, and in many cases over $2,700 a month. That means families are spending 13.5% of their income on childcare, which is the highest share in the nation. When families can't afford care, they have to make these impossible choices. They reduce work hours, they leave jobs, they postpone careers, struggle to afford food, housing, and healthcare. And of course, our children lose access to safe, stable, nurturing environments to support their development during the earliest and most important years of their life. So for us, we view the skyrocketing cost of childcare not just as an economic issue, but as a primary public health concern. And this proposal actually fixes Act 163 from 2023, which increased the amount that taxpayers could claim under the Household Independent Care Credit, but failed to increase the percentage of expenses that they could claim and did not adjust the income thresholds to which the credit applies. And that severely limited the Act's intended impact. So investing in childcare is an investment in the future of the state, our workforce, our economy, and our next generation. As our cost of living continues to soar, working parents are demanding and deserve our support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamashika from Tax Foundation. The comments that we have on this bill are also applied to House Bill 2306, which you heard previously. There are debarment provisions in this bill, and we think if this bill moves forward, the committee should clarify what happens with a partial disallowance as opposed to a full disallowance. We're also concerned, generally, and this applies to 2306 as well, that some of the changes in this bill do increase the complexity of the credit and make it less approachable for people who need it to claim it, which I think is perhaps one reason behind Representative Yamashita's observation that that people in depressed areas of the state weren't claiming the credits that they otherwise might be entitled to. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nicole Wu again. We support this bill, as Chris from Hi-Fi mentioned. Childcare and also dependent care if you have an adult family member who needs dependent care. those costs are crushing, and it's affecting the affordability and the ability of families to afford to live here. As Chris mentioned, 3 years ago, the legislature increased the amount that families could claim for their care credits, for their care expenses, and that was great because it caught it up closer to inflation. But the percent cap is still there. So if you make over $50,000 a year, the current cap is only 15% of your care expenses. So if your pre-K costs $10,000, right now you can only claim $1,500. So this bill would increase the amount, the percent of your care that you could claim up to 50% at a certain income level, and then it goes down as you make more and more money. On page 12 of the PDF, I have a table that shows how this really helps ALICE survival budget families and median income families, because the lowest income families do get childcare subsidies. So this really targets those families who make too much for those subsidies, but still are struggling to make ends meet. And childcare costs are one of the highest costs for families with children. So we encourage you to pass this bill, and thank you so much for hearing it.
Thank you. Indivisible Hawaii in support.
Stand on our testimony and strong support.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone indicating they would be joining us today. Also, testimony in support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 5 organizations and 17 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure? Seeing none, moving on to the final bill before we will recess for about a half-hour break. We're gonna have HB 1939 HD1 relating to taxation.
We have the Office of the Governor in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and Chaplain of the Governor's Office here on behalf of Bill King. The Office of the Governor stands on this written testimony and support. Aloha.
Thank you. We have DBED with comments
On Zoom.
on Zoom.
Yes, good, almost late morning. Georgia Skinner, Creative Industries Division, standing on our support, the intent of the measure and offering some comments here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of the Attorney General with comments.
Good morning, Chairman Todd, members of the committee, Michael Dunford, Office of the Attorney General. The Department of the Attorney General understands and supports the intent of the bill and offers the following comment. There are portions of the bill that provide tax credits to productions based on the percentage of local hires that are employed. That provision may be subject to challenge under the Commerce Clause. We are available to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you. We have the Department of Taxation with comments.
No text stands on our written comments.
Thank you. We have SAG-AFTRA Hawaii Local in support. Not present. Hawaii Film Alliance in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Barbara, President of the Hawaii Film Alliance. We stand in support, but we respectfully request that the amendments in our written testimony be included in this bill. We especially love the local hire language, which would strengthen the hiring of Hawaii film workers to stay here and work at home rather than find work on the mainland. Mahalo for the opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions you may.
Thank you. Hawaii Teamsters Local 996 in support.
Yes, Holly. My chair, vice chair, members of the committee, really strong support of you. But like Barbara just said, we need some certain amendments as well.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika for Tax Foundation. We will stand our written comments to be available for questions.
Thank you. We have Shireen Balas in support.
That was an acting, not just Hui, aloha. Miki aloha for everyone here today. I stand in strong support of this bill. as a local film industry, I have like this long thing that I was gonna do, but I know we are short on time. I don't wanna bore you guys with my little story, but I do have a story. When the industry got like some of the industry shows got canceled. NCIS Hawaii, I was a recurring actress on that one as an agent, and then Hawaii Surf ended up getting canceled as well. Yeah, so when those productions got canceled, a lot of us lost work. And for like almost 2 years, we haven't been working. Now we're lucky. We have 3 productions working at the moment. The reason why I'm here is to make sure that you all know that a lot of our Hawaii um, industry professionals have moved away or they have taken other jobs because they couldn't work. Same like me. I almost actually went to California and LA. I was gonna live there for 3 months. That was my what I was gonna do. But I decided, you know what? I'm gonna stay home and work through the fight because that's how I feel inside my na'au. Um, I'm being very candid with you guys, but unfortunately, if you guys don't pass this bill, our industry is gonna fail. Especially if you don't employ the people of Hawaii. We have plenty staff in our industry that are professional, very professional. And to see the continent people coming here for us, almost 90% of them are here. And it's sad to see that. So if you guys can hear us, please hear me as an actual independent filmmaker. I want to be able to work on those big productions. Please pass this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have testimony from Christopher Wicking in support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Christopher Wicking, President of Local 665, IATSE. I've been in the business for 35 years, been a IAA union member for 27 years. I strongly support this bill and I stand on my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, as everyone indicating they would be joining us today, additional testimony and support from 3 organizations and 25 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions on this measure? If not, we are going to recess and we're going to reconvene at 12:25. Recess. Hi everyone, we're reconvening our 10 a.m. agenda here on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 in conference room 308. We are moving on to HB 2490 HD2 relating to coastal resilience.
First we have the State Historic Preservation Division with comments.
Should be stands on our comments.
Thank you. Office of Hawaiian Affairs with comments on Zoom.
Aloha Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee, Leila Homakuanani with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. We'll mostly stand on our written comments, but I just want to highlight that while we generally support regional planning to address coastal erosion and sea rise, we believe that the project-specific exemptions from existing coastal management regulatory frameworks risks setting a precedent for bypassing those safeguards in other erosion-prone areas. So we're recommending removal of the provisions that would allow for the project to be exempt from the CZMA Conservation District and environmental review requirements. Mahalo, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. We have testimony and support from the Paia Mantukuji Soto Zen Mission in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Eric Moto, President of the Paia Mantukuji Soto Zen Mission's Administrative Board. Mantukuji has worked long and hard and spent close to $1 million to gain approval for and install a temporary sandbag structure on our eroding shoreline. The sandbag structure was what is allowed under current rules and restrictions. Unfortunately, the sandbags are proving no match for the forces of nature. The scope and scale of the damage is significant, and the rapid rate of progression of loss is can seem unbelievable, but is part of our daily reality. HB 2490 will give us an opportunity to work on alternative, nature-based, longer-term solutions, while also trying to streamline the complicated multi-agency approval process. We will continue to work with government departments and agencies under the guidance and supervision of our expert coastal engineers. And we hope that we want our successes and achievements to be a part of a pilot program for how to better serve and protect other threatened shorelines. So I offer a humble pleas and thank you for your support of House Bill 2490. And if I may, I also have a copy of your HERO report that provides supportive information that I'd like to share with the committee.
Yeah, you can give it to the staff person on the table outside and then they'll make sure it gets to the committee.
Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Maui Nui Resiliency Hui in opposition on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Kaina Shiki from Maui. First, I want to acknowledge how deeply painful this situation unfolding at Mantukuji in Paia is. It is incredibly distressing, and the cultural and spiritual significance of that site do deserve our compassion and respect. At the same time, we must acknowledge the physical reality. Coastal erosion is occurring and accelerating. The shoreline in this bay is part of a dynamic coastal system, and ignoring these processes or attempting to override them without careful study will not produce lasting solutions. I appreciate the intent of this bill to explore regional coastal resilience strategies and that additional amendments have been made. However, Section 2H remains extremely concerning and should be deleted. That section seeks to exempt this project from Hawaii's environmental review process and several core coastal protection laws. These safeguards exist to ensure that projects affecting our shoreline receive proper scientific review, public discussion and input, and careful evaluation of impacts to beaches, ecosystems, and cultural resources. Removing those protections, especially for a project that is not clearly defined, sets a dangerous statewide precedent. If the legislature allows coastal projects to bypass environmental review through special exemptions, we will likely see similar requests across Hawaii's shoreline. Importantly, on Maui's North Shore in Paia, we are already implementing managed relocation solutions that show a path forward. At Baldwin Beach Park, a much loved but collapsing shoreline pavilion was just recently removed, and the area is now being restored with a wonderful dune project in collaboration with the County of Maui, UHC grant, Surfrider, and many community organizations. And the Paia Youth and Cultural Center has submitted plans and is conducting an environmental assessment to demolish their shoreline facility threatened by erosion. And they are rebuilding a new facility farther inland, restoring the shoreline. These projects support the natural landward migration of our. They move development back instead of trying to
Can I have you start to wrap
engineer.
up your testimony, please?
Yes, engineer the shoreline. Hawaii has spent decades building a careful coastal and cultural resource management framework. We should not set a precedent of bypassing those safeguards when facing the very challenges they were designed to address. Please delete section 2H and support additional amendments provided by OHA, SHPD, and DLNR. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone indicating they would be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from Mayor Bisson from the County of Maui and one organization or two organizations, as well as one organization in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure? Nope. Seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next item on the agenda, HB 1733, HD1, relating to the housing loan and mortgage program.
Nobody indicating they would be joining us today, but testimony in support from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, HHFDC, and two organizations. If any of them are here, or anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Diana Sutton to the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. We just like to stand on our written testimony and support Bill's questions.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
No. Members, questions on this measure? If not, HB 2049 HD2 relating to housing.
Okay, we have the Department of Taxation with comments. Thank you. Department of Hawaiian Homelands in support. Thank you. Department of Land and Natural Resources in support. Not present. Office of Planning and Sustainable Development in support.
LPSD stands on its written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Office of Hawaiian Affairs in support.
We'll stand on our written testimony and support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. On this bill, we will stand our comments and be available for questions.
Thank you. Catholic Charities Hawaii in support.
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We stand in strong support of this bill. We do have two amendments, however, that we would like to suggest to you. This bill would reduce the current percentage of the tax revenues to the rental housing revolving fund from 50% to 20%. This conveyance tax revenues is the only dedicated source of funding for this very needed fund, which creates the gap funding that actually enables the many thousands of units that have been produced in the last 10 or 20 years for low-income people. It has to be matched with federal tax credits, and that makes it all possible. So we really feel that we want to balance the needs of others in the state, but also don't neglect the low-income population. This is a very serious program that has really done a lot of good. So we ask that balance be achieved by dedicating 30% of the conveyance tax with a cap of $60 million to the rental housing revolving fund. The other need is for ending homelessness. This is a great straight priority. You hear it, I'm sure, with all your constituents. I'm sorry. And in order to do that, we need services. We need stable services. And so we are respectfully urging you to also dedicate 10% of the conveyance tax revenues, capped at $20 million, for a homeless services special fund. At this time, our homeless services are really under risk. So this is really an urgent need to have some stability in the services. On February 22nd, the Partners in Care, the local Oahu coalition, published a report, the 2026 HUD Impacts Report. This warns that the Oahu continuum of care faces catastrophic housing losses if HUD does not automatically renew the 2025 program grants. This is in the courts because HUD was not wanting to renew these grants. So they provide the services that are needed for permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, transitional housing, these very critical, ongoing, proven programs. Without these renewals, people who are stably housed for the last 2 or 3 years will be displaced. They cannot afford it. And they need the services, the outreach, et cetera. So we feel that dedicating 10% to a special homeless services fund
Can I have you to wrap up your
provide that.
testimony?
Just feel that that would really strategically allow programs to continue and to invest in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have NIOP Hawaii in opposition. Not present. The Hawaii Realtors in opposition.
We stand on our testimony, thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nicole Wu from Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks. We support this bill. The conveyance tax is basically a sales tax when properties are sold. As you know, here in Hawaii, we cannot directly tax property at the state level because it's written in the state constitution. So how do we get at these super ultra luxury properties on our shorelines owned by investors? Most of those folks don't live here, so that they're not subject to our income tax. So the second best way to ask them to contribute to our state is through this sales tax on properties. I know the bill has blanked out the numbers, but looking at the original version, my testimony is on page 33 of the PDF. I have a table showing how the original version would have affected conveyance tax. It actually lowers the amount of conveyance tax on lower property values, making it more affordable for regular working families to be able to keep their homes. But it increases the tax on the higher value properties. So like my table shows, like a $1 million property actually will save a little bit of money on conveyance tax, while those at the higher end will pay more. This body, the legislature, passed a very similar bill about 5 years ago. It was vetoed by the governor back then, but you and your colleagues thought this was a good idea. So I'm glad you're hearing it again. It does seem like a good way to get at some of the wealth that we see around us, and ask those wealthy, lucky people to contribute to our society. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Indivisible Hawaii in support.
We stand on our written testimony in support, thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, good afternoon. I'm Chris Coffey from Hawaii Public Health Institute. We're in support of this bill as well. We frequently say that housing is a human right, but too often our policies don't match our rhetoric. Hawaii is in the midst of a housing crisis, as you've heard so often this session and prior sessions as well. It's destabilizing working families and reshaping our future. And on Oahu, as you all know, the median income for a single-family home, or median price of a single-family home, exceeds $1 million. Just to put more context behind this, according to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition's Out of Reach report, their most recent one in 2025, to afford a modest two-bedroom apartment at fair market value in our state, a minimum wage worker would have to work 141 hours a week, which is almost literally impossible. When we talk about revenue generation, we often hear concerns about wealth, but it's actually working families who are fleeing the state, are falling into homelessness because the market has failed on an intergenerational level. Housing is not just shelter for the Public Health Institute, it's a powerful social determinant of health. The stability of a home shapes everything from a child's brain development to an adult's risk of chronic illness to better mental health outcomes and longer lifespans. At the same time, our real estate market is continuing to generate extraordinary wealth, particularly for high-value investors, and much of that wealth is flowing out of our state untethered to our communities. By modernizing the conveyance tax and applying higher marginal rates to high-value transactions, this bill would ensure that those who benefit most from our real estate economy contribute to affordable housing solutions for those most in need, including Native Hawaiians who remain displaced within their own homeland but overrepresented in our state's house list and prison populations. As Governor Green frequently declares, housing is healthcare. And we urge you to pass this measure and invest in a future where housing is not just a promise, or is a promise, but not just a dream deferred. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Testimony and support from the Hawaii Appleseed Center for Law and Economic Justice.
Good afternoon, Arjuna Haim on behalf of Hawaii Appleseed. Thank you for hearing this measure. This is one of our priority measures. I'm standing on our testimony, but also would like to propose that this committee pass out an HD3 and add in the rates. We would humbly suggest increasing rates significantly from $5 to $25 million if we are afraid that there's some elasticity in the housing market. Residents are least likely to get hit at the $5 million mark and above. Those are all largely investment properties. And we should do so in kind to other high-cost municipalities that have demonstrated clearly that higher transfer taxes on luxury property do not dissuade wealthy buyers. In LA, properties sold above $5 million are taxed at 4.45%, and sales above $25 million are taxed at nearly 6%. Similar progressive transfer tax structures, conveyance tax structures, are in place in New York City and Seattle as well. These markets remain among the strongest and most expensive in the country. High net worth purchasers continue to transact despite elevated conveyance tax. Our luxury market is comparably resilient. Increasing rates at the very top end will not deter affluent buyers, but it will provide critical recurring revenue to fulfill the state's constitutional obligations to DHHL, as well as the other noble causes for dedicated revenue. And this would also, I think, help relieve some tensions on the distribution of funds. Instead of the lower percentile, it would max out at the flat rate. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in opposition. Not present. We have an individual, Layla K, in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. We have Ella Hanks in opposition. Not present. Kanani Higby in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. Members, that's all the testimony we received on this measure who indicated they would be joining us. Also, testimony in support from Councilmember Paulson from the Maui County Council, support from eight organizations in support, 2 organizations providing comments as well, and 52 individuals in support, 1 in opposition, and 1 providing comments. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Oh, please. Just state your name for the record before you proceed.
David Penn for DLNR. I think I missed the first round here. I was sitting here this morning and uncertainty is one of the key words for today. In our written testimony, we're supporting a $10 million cap for the Land Conservation Fund. And we're in solidarity with Hawaiian Homes and housing advocates and all the other uses of the conveyance tax revenue. But who knew that a Council on Revenue's projection of $26.8 million in conveyance tax revenue for fiscal year 22 general fund would turn into $145.3 million of actual general fund revenue. And the following year, the projection of $157.5 million turned into $49 million of conveyance tax revenue for the general fund. So our current spending ceiling is $9 million. At this level, over the last 2 grant cycles, we've been unable to award about $7.5 million of high priority competitive grants that are funded through our program for land acquisition. And on top of that, we no longer have cash available from above the spending ceiling that we've used in the past for capital improvement projects that take advantage of short-term opportunities for the state, counties, and nonprofit land conservation organizations to take advantage of opportunities that arise suddenly and disappear just as quickly. So if you have complete faith in the accuracy of 6-year projections for conveyance tax revenue, that 5% might get us to $10 million at some point, but 10% would definitely get us there faster, as some of our key supporters and partners have indicated in their testimony. This may reflect concerns about uncertainty, faith in adhering to the fiscal policy for our program that was established by the 2005 legislature, which was 10% uncapped straight up, and long-term underfunding of this important program, which we've gone over in our testimony for all the time that I've been in the program, which is like 10 years now. So we also have a sense that despite our solidarity with everybody else, we may barely survive as poorer cousins of our other partners, rather than forging ahead together to protect our INA and support the well-being of our communities to the fullest extent possible. Again, we fully support using the conveyance tax for whatever this body decides is appropriate, but we've been seeking relief since 2013 when the spending ceiling fell below the actual revenue that we were receiving. And then again, we were capped on the revenue side in 2015 and 2020. So mahalo for listening, and we're always available to further explain our program, its funding needs, and to work with the legislature to craft solutions that help all the programs that stand under the conveyance tax waterfall to thrive now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure?
For dole tax, please. Thank you, Kristen. What is the fiscal impact of this bill?
So right now the amounts are blank, so we don't have one prepared for the draft, the current draft.
So the previous testifier said about like 100 so million. Would that, well, I guess because you don't have it, but I'll just ask my question anyway. Would dole tax or did dole tax analyze whether the increase in conveyance tax would shift market behavior and have an overall impact of revenue collections?
So we have looked at a couple of scenarios for these conveyance tax type measures. My understanding is that we have not taken into account those types of behavioral shifts for our revenue estimates.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Chair.
Rep. Kush?
Thanks. Maybe DOE tax and maybe DLNR, we'll just see. I remember there used to be part of the conveyance tax had money going to the natural area reserve system. Is that in this bill missing, or is that just something that's not detailed out in the bill?
No, thank you for the question. The Natural Area Reserves Fund dropped out in 2016. Up until that point, it was receiving 25%. And at one point, the Rental Housing Revolving Fund was also uncapped. So the combined effect of those was receiving 75% and plus 10% for the Land Conservation Fund, leaving 15% for the general fund.
Gotcha. Thanks for that history. Appreciate that.
Okay, members, anything additional? Nope. If not, we're gonna move on to HB 1710 HD2.
Okay, State Historic Preservation Division in support. Thank you. Department of Attorney General with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, and members of the committee. Deputy Attorney General Alyssa Kao on behalf of the department. The Department of the Attorney General will offer comments pursuant to Section 3 of the bill. So Section 3 amends Section 6E42 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes. However, it appears to be the incorrect version of the Hawaii Revised Statutes since the section was changed last year by Act 160 and is scheduled to be changed again in 2026 by Act 306. So we would just recommend that the legislature line up the amendments in to Section 6E42 with the current version in the Hawaii Revised Statutes. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Office of Hawaiian Affairs with comments on Zoom.
Aloha Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. Leila Hamakuanani on behalf of Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Our comments are pretty dense, so I'll highlight the main gist of what our comments state. But first, we acknowledge that this is a speed task force initiative meant to reflect similar provisions that were implemented in HRS Section 68 last year into other sections of 60 that deal with historic preservation review. However, I'll note that we were heavily involved with that process last year, and the amendments were made from our understanding to support state-sponsored affordable housing projects, which is why they went into 68. And we have concerns about extending those changes into all projects that SHPT reviews for private projects and the load that demands. So we strongly support incorporating the complete submittal requirement. Incomplete submittals are a huge bottleneck for review times. But as for the auto concurrence provisions, where if SHPT doesn't review a project within a certain time frame, we're in opposition to that. Depending on SHPT resources, this could operate as a sort of de facto exemption, which is our main concern. So I think most pertinent for the Finance Committee here, we note that passing this bill without also including resources and support for SHPT is problematic and actually, in a sense, counter to the Speed Task Force own findings that regulatory exemptions without support for staffing and resources is an ineffective means of speeding up development and would in effect create more liability for both the state and developers. So with that, I'll highlight that we're also hearing a bill to create civil exempt positions within SHPT to address staffing issues. So we believe if you wish to pass this bill, that they should, in a sense, pass in tandem, and also the legislature should support other types of bills that would support staffing and resources for SHPT. And then lastly, we have some suggested amendments to the bill that would increase clarity. Since it's been discussed that the timeline proposed is similar to those in the administrative rules, we have suggested amendments that more fully reflect how those processes operate within the administrative rules if the legislature wishes to codify a similar process into statute. But I'll emphasize that the timeline that's drawn from the admin rules has additional safeguards there that have been largely undiscussed to date during last session with Act 160 and then here. So our amendments reflect that. If you have additional specific questions about those, I'm available for questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Realtors in support.
Thank you, we stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. NIOP Hawaii chapter in support. Not present. Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in support. Not present. That's everyone indicating they would be joining us today. Oh, sorry. Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Sorry.
OPSD stands on their testimony support. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional testimony in support from Councilmember Uluhajens from Maui County, Councilmember Bulasan from Kauai County, 4 organizations and 2 individuals, as well as opposition from 1 organization and 1 individual who provided comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Department of Planning submitted testimony in support. We stand by that, but we're available for questions.
Okay. Yes, we have that. Okay, anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. HB 1918, HD1 relating to taxation.
Okay, Department of Taxation with comments?
So text stands in our written comments.
Thank you. Chamber of Sustainable Commerce in support? Not present. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom?
I'm sorry, were you able to hear me?
Yes. We can
Thank you. This bill, we've seen many years before. It's the controlling interest transfer tax bill. I think the basic problem with it is that it does something that the current enforcement, the current enforcement scheme, namely centered on the Bureau of Conveyances, is not equipped to deal with. The Bureau of Conveyances deals with deeds and other transfer documents. They don't deal with stock transfers. And I don't think there is any reporting mechanism now in place to disclose stock transfers of interest in corporations other than maybe large public ones. So this is, I think, administratively difficult to deal with, and certainly cannot be enforced by the Bureau of Conveyances as it's in place now. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nicole Wu again. We support this bill. A couple of bills before, HB 2049, we talked about the conveyance tax. And this bill would close a loophole in that tax. As I mentioned, we cannot directly tax property at the state level. So this sales tax on the transfer property is where we can grab some revenue. Right now, if a company purchases another company that owns property, they don't have to pay the conveyance tax on that transfer of property. So it's a way that they can avoid the tax that direct exchanges of property that applies to direct purchases of property. They can just use a different corporate structure to get out of this tax. So this closes that loophole. I believe about 17 other states already have this controlling interest tax. So if they can figure it out, I'm confident that we can too. So again, in a tight budget year, we certainly support closing this loophole. Thank you.
Thank you. We have testimony from Indivisible Hawaii in support.
We stand on written testimony in support as we did the 2 bills ago, HB 2049. Thank you.
Thank you. Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in opposition, not present. NIA Hawaii chapter in opposition, not present. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony with comments from 2 organizations as well as support from 1 organization and 7 other individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay. Members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 1926 relating to Red Hill.
We have the Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Keala Richardson, DLNR. I'm the Policy Coordinator for the Red Hill Water Alliance Initiative. DLNR submitted written testimony in support, and I just wanted to note 2 things. One, that this process is a long-term process. We expect this to take decades, and that the appropriations that we're asking for in this bill are to fund the current priority initiatives. And 2, that the measure also would, funding this measure would, it is in collaboration with various UH teams that would help greatly improve our monitoring of the health of the ecosystem and the aquifer. It would also help us advance some of the remediation science, and it would also provide public information that would be available to help us in our public outreach and education program. So mahalo for the opportunity to comment and support, and I'm available to answer any questions.
We have the Board of Water Supply in support.
Kathy Mitchell with the Board of Water Supply. We stand in our written testimony in strong support of this measure. And while the Red Hill tanks are being decommissioned, there's so much more that we don't know, how the volume, the type, and the location of these past releases over 80 years. So we ask for your favorable consideration to move this bill through the legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Sierra Club of Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. Okay, that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 5 organizations and 53 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
No.
Members, any questions? No. Sorry, go ahead.
Just curious if this project and the ongoing monitoring and measuring of the science and the revitalization of the ecosystem, if this project was ever sent to the Green Commission with the green fees. Just asking out loud, because there's going to be a big tranche of money dedicated to these type of long-term restoration projects. I'm just curious if it was ever introduced.
Yeah, so some of these are projects that have been ongoing that need additional funding. Some of them are new projects. We're seeking state and federal funding for these as well, but it has not been submitted to the green fee.
They had their stakeholder.
Correct. Yeah.
Just food for thought. I mean, ways to break money and accelerate the dollars, right? Whether it's state, federal, or this. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else? No. HB 2325 HD1 relating to civil service exempt positions within the Department of Land and Natural Resources.
We have the Office of Hawaiian Affairs in support on Zoom.
Office of Hawaiian Affairs will stand on our written comments and support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Director Kira Kahahane, Commission on Water Resource Management. You've received our written testimony in strong support of this bill. I just want to emphasize this is vital to allowing both CWRM and SHPD to address some of the ongoing difficulties that we've had in staffing up, and particularly with competing with the folks in the federal sector as well as private sector for these highly specialized positions that are integral to the success of both of our agencies. So we appreciate your favorable consideration of this bill. I'm available if you have any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in support. Not present. Members, that's everyone indicating they'd be joining us today. Additional opposition from 1 organization and support from 1 individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Diana Setness with the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. I did submit our written testimony to committee staff earlier, but I just wanted to summarize that we do agree that civil service reform is needed to address a lot of the issues and inflexibilities in hiring, but we need more viewers now. And this immediately addresses the shortage of staff and allows SHPD and CWRM to be more competitive, flexible, and expeditious in their hiring. And we respectfully urge you to pass this bill.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions? Yeah, Rakush.
Thank you, DLNR.
Yes.
Thank you. So we were talking earlier, this is going to provide hydrologists, and we had our interaction earlier this fall with stream diversions and clearly the need for more monitoring of streams through the hotspots of Maui and Kauai, but also Hawaii Island. Are these positions related to being able to achieve those goals?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, they absolutely are. So currently, our hydrologists and our hydrologic program managers, including the employee who investigated that diversion this fall, are exempt employees. So by allowing us to hire more exempt employees, we'll be able to staff up with more hydrologists. Our hydrologists are the people who manage all of our all of our monitoring programs and are frequently the ones who will go out and investigate violations in the field. That kind of specialized expertise, understanding how to set up gauging stations and how to interpret quality assurance and quality control the data once it comes in, those are the kinds of specialized skills that we have to compete with the federal government and the private sector to retain.
Okay, thanks. And just quick follow-up, how many positions are you looking at for seaworm?
So currently we have 4 positions right now that I would like to staff with hydrologists that have never been filled. And if we totaled up all of our current hydrologist positions, it would be, and hydrologic program managers, it would be about 11 positions total for our agency.
That would be affected by this bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Rep. Weisfield?
Follow-up question, you can stay seated. I have been a government employee, so I understand the challenges of trying to recruit as well as retain government employees. So if you could just kind of summarize some of the challenges that your department faces in trying to find qualified applicants to fill these positions. I think that'll give a better understanding, not just to the committee members, but for those that may be viewing as to why this bill is necessary.
Yes, I can absolutely do that, Representative. So I'll speak just to the seaworm side, I can't speak to Shifty so much. For us, we require a skill set, like I've mentioned, the ability to set up gauging stations, to interpret the data. Knowledge of specific conditions related to Hawaii or at least other similar locations is also very difficult to find. A lot of people will have training regarding maybe the kinds of conditions that you would see typical on the continent, but not specific to Hawaii. We also are looking for people who are familiar with like the legal framework under the state water code, particularly as it relates to our groundwater management and surface water management principles. And people who are familiar with the cultural landscape of Hawaii, which of course is so important to the work we do, especially as it relates to traditional and customary practices of Native Hawaiians, which are specifically protected by the state water code. So we're really looking for a diverse and complex skill set when we're recruiting for hydrologists, and that's one of the things that can be difficult for us to recruit for and particularly difficult to retain.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else? Go ahead.
No, going back on that, wouldn't you think it'd be more attractive if you could get somebody hired with all the benefits that regular government employees get?
There's a trade-off. I understand that there are some benefits to being a civil service that we can't offer on the exempt side. You still get your 21 vacation days, your 21 sick days, all of those other benefits of government service. In addition, we're able to offer people a higher salary typically at the civil service exempt. And we find that a lot of the time, especially, some folks are more attracted by that higher salary than they are by the benefits package.
And you could reprice a position to accommodate that?
No.
And you couldn't hire in a shortage type situation?
So we have 89-day hires available to us. That's something that is more of a temporary solution.
No benefits?
That's correct. No benefits for the 89-day hire.
I mean, we're getting more and more exempt position requests, and it's just getting a little bit too broad. And coming from where I came from in civil service, I just don't understand why we're going down that path when the benefit package that we offer is what's supposed to bring in quality government workers.
I understand. So this is really restoring an exemption on the seaworm side that we used to have. Many of our existing staff, like the hydrologists that I mentioned, were hired when there was a civil service exemption for us. So going forward, we would actually have to reclassify all of our positions and to establish a new civil service class if we were to go forward without this exemption, which again would be pretty time consuming, pretty resource intensive for us at a time when we're already understaffed and struggling to keep up with a pretty intense workload for all of the water resources.
I'm sorry I'm picking on you because it's not just you, but thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything additional? Nope. Okay, moving on to the next item. We have HB 2426, HD1 relating to state parks.
We have the Department of Lands and Natural Resources in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members,
We have Aaron in opposition on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Well, my name's Aaron Lee. I am here to testify against HB 2426 for several reasons, actually. I spent, the first part of this meeting listening to some folks talk about how there's probably going to be a big budget shortfall with the state or other financial issues the state has to work through. And I really think it's a bad time to spend millions of dollars in public money to acquire land that could be used for housing, because that acquisition will, of course, come with the responsibility of developing this property into some sort of usable public space. Currently, the land is zoned agricultural 1 acre, so a minimum 1 acre lot size. I know a few years ago there was a commitment of about 201 water meters from the Department of Water Supply. So I think it really is an ideal site for housing. It's one of Hilo's largest infill sites. I believe there are many public benefits that would come with the creation of housing there, including open space that would be required by the county, and also a connector road over from one side of the property to the other. Here's a map of the property that we're talking about. It's kind of this area over here. This is Kamana Drive. This is Inaco Avenue. And one of the county's priorities is to have a connector road built through this property from one side to the other. That could be critical for people on the Kamana Drive side because the hospitals over here make hospital access much easier, especially as the East Hawaii clinics are becoming a bigger part of primary care here in Hilo. Some other reasons to vote against or to postpone HB 2426, besides the fact that it eliminates one of Hilo's largest potential housing sites, is that it removes the possibility of employment and other, economic vitality that would be created by the construction of homes there. I'm talking about jobs during the design and construction phases.
Can I have
Also
you time to wrap
during
up your testimony, please?
oh shoot, okay. Let's see. Hilo also doesn't have any real lack of park space. The proposed site's 283 acres. That's almost as large as Kapiolani Park over on Oahu, which I believe is about 300 acres. It's got a zoo, a multi-sport complex, lots of other public benefits. Just around this site, there's other state land that could be developed into
Sorry.
additional recreational
we do have
space.
your written testimony. If you could just wrap up your
Oh, okay.
comments.
Great. Well, yeah, if you get my written testimony, I think that pretty much says it all. But after watching the beginning of this meeting, it just seems like there really should be other higher priorities for such a large commitment of public funds. And I think that's about it. Thank you very much for letting me testify, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. That's all the individuals who indicate they'd be joining us today. Additional written testimony and support from one other individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Any questions on this measure? Nope. We're gonna move on to HB 1553, HD1 relating to habitat conservation plans.
We have the Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
This measure.
Thank you. That's actually all the written testimony we received. Is anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Any questions? Okay, HB 2544, HD1 relating to administrative fees.
Department of Land and Natural Resources, the Bureau of Conveyances in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Registrar. You have a written testimony in support, and I'll stay here for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Additional, that's everyone who indicated to be joining us. Additional opposition from one organization. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure? If not, because we took up HB 2616 earlier, we're on the last item on our agenda, HB 2599 HD1 related to aquatic protection.
Department of Lands and Natural Resources in support. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Members, additional testimony in support from 5 organizations and 5 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? If not, we're gonna recess for about 5 minutes and then we'll convene our decision making for this 10 AM agenda. Recess. Hi everyone, we're convening the decision making for our Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 10 a.m. agenda here in conference room 308. We're opening up with HB 2148 relating to the estate and generation skipping transfer tax. Chairs, we're actually gonna move this to the end of our Wednesday 10 a.m. agenda. And that'll be packaged with a handful of other bills from this agenda that are kind of broader tax related. The next item, HB 2306, same thing, that'll be at the end of our Wednesday 10 a.m. agenda. So our first vote today will be on HB 1776 HD2 relating to the residential landlord tenant code. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. But we will note a minor thing in the committee report, which I have right in front of me. Okay. On page 3, we got line 17, section 2, or I think it's section 1, yeah. It requires things to be made available in printed and electronic formats. We just want to note that maybe they want to consider more of an either or situation. We'll put that in the committee report. Okay. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, recommendation is to move forward as is.
HB 1776 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended, chair and vice chair vote aye. Representative Hartsfield.
Aye.
Representative Hussey.
Aye.
Representative Keokapu-Leloy.
Aye.
Representative Kitagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Peruso.
Aye.
Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Yamashita.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Reservations.
Reservations. Representative Gideon.
Reservations.
Reservations. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Aye.
Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. The next item, HB 2007 HD2, will also be put onto that Wednesday 10 a.m. agenda for decision making. For HB 1939 HD1 relating to taxation, Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as an HD2 with any necessary clarifying and technical amendments, including some clarification. It appears on the initial draft that it could not be claimed. It could be claimed for the first, second, third, and fifth year, but not the fourth. So we want to make sure that that's clear. That I don't think that was the original intent. I think they want to be able to claim for the fourth also. Any questions or comments on this item, Rep. Hartsfield?
Sorry, just a comment, Chair. I would like to note the constitutional concerns expressed in the AG's testimony.
Yep, that's fair.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1939 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments, noting the presence of all members who will be counted as present for the remainder of this agenda unless otherwise announced. Are there any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. On HB 2490 HD2 relating to coastal resilience, Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments?
Reservations.
Reservations for Peruso. Anyone else? Okay, if not, Vice Chair.
Okay, HB 2490 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations for Representative Peruso. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
On HB 1733 HD1 relating to the housing loan and mortgage program, recommendation is to move forward as is, or sorry, check, as an HD2, my bad, made you little scribbles, with a blanking out the ceiling. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, HB 1733 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. For HB 2049 HD2 relating to housing, this is the big conveyance tax bill. This will also be placed on that Wednesday 10 a.m. Agenda for decision making. Next, moving on to HB 1710 HD2 relating to historic preservation. The recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Oh, Vice Chair?
Comments.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, comments, Chair. Just real brief. This bill, thank you, Chair, but this bill is a speed task force priority. We worked very closely with the division, and I want to emphasize that this measure does not reduce protections for historic resources or iwi kupuna. It is all that safeguard is still in place. The goal is to just improve efficiency and predictability with the timeline of the review process. That's it.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, HB 1710 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1918 HD1 relating to taxation. The recommendation is to move as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1918 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Bryce Oda. Any other reservations?
Reservations.
And Rep. Gideon. Okay, any no votes?
No vote.
No vote for Rep. Alcos. Any other no's? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1926 HD1 relating to Red Hill. Recommendation is to move as is. Any questions, comments? Seeing none.
HB 1926 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For HB 2325 HD1 relating to the civil service, relating to civil service exempt positions within the Department of Land and Natural Resources. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions, comments?
HB 2325 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For HB 2426 HD1 relating to state parks. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Nope.
HB 2426 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1553 HD1 relating to habitat conservation plans. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions, comments? Seeing none.
HB 1553 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Gideon. Sorry, any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2544 HD1 relating to administrative fees. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 2544 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2599 HD1 relating to aquatic protection. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions, comments? Seeing none.
HB 2599 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. And the final item, HB 2616 HD1 relating to Banyan Drive, Makaoku Community Development District. This will be placed at the end of our Wednesday 10 a.m. agenda for decision making. And we are adjourned. We'll be reconvening at 2 p.m. for our next agenda. Adjourned.
What?
Aloha everyone, we're convening the 2 p.m. agenda for the House Committee on Finance. It's Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. We're in room 308. And before we start, if you are on Zoom and going to provide testimony, please stay muted until your name is called. We do stick to a 2-minute time limit per testifier so that we can accommodate as many folks as possible and put people on a level playing field. We do have items at the end of our decision making today that were from a prior agenda. We'll highlight those when the time comes. We can get started with HB 1804 HD1 relating to long-term financing.
We have the Department of Human Services and Support on Zoom. Not present. Oh.
Present. Okay, this is my first time, so sorry. So good afternoon, Chair. My name is Edie Miyashiro, and I'm the Interim Deputy Director for the NYQUIST Division, and I'm representing the Department of Human Services on this bill today. The department stands on its written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. State Health Planning and Development Agency, SHPTA, in support. Not present. We have Melvin Sakurai in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takeuchi, and members of the House Finance Committee. Thank you for considering HB 1804 HD1 that will establish the Long-Term Care Financing Advisory Commission to assess public and private long-term care financing mechanisms and recommend home and community-based care system reforms. My name is Mel Sakurai. I'm a management consultant. You have my written testimony strongly supporting passage of HB 1804 HD1 with some suggested amendments. I'd like to underscore some important points from that testimony, if I may. First, the long-term care financing crisis is undeniable. With nursing home costs exceeding $230,000 a year, 160,000 unpaid caregivers bearing $2.3 billion of the total $3.2 billion cost. And most importantly, perhaps more than 50% of hardworking Hawaii families having no practical means of paying except becoming impoverished for Medicaid. The need for a commission to find affordable solutions is self-evident, and especially now with Washington politics threatening the safety net. The commission has a 3-year agenda culminating in a report of findings and draft legislation and reform policies for the 2029 legislature. There are 2 amendments suggested, one clarifying that the agency to which the commission is attached is not expected to provide any subject matter expertise, and second, clarifying that the commission will be coming back to the legislature for full funding of its work in the next year in 2027. Wanted to finally comment that the administrative attachment of the commission appears to have created some misunderstanding. HB 1804 HD1 only requires the administering agency to process payments. Really, all subject matter responsibilities rest with the part-time project director. And that's the gist of my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Mahalo for letting me testify.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the Executive Office on Aging, comments from the auditor, support from 5 other organizations, and 6 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Thank you, members. Any questions on this item? No. Seeing none, we're going to move on to our next bill. Which is going to be HB 2173 HD1 relating to ambulances.
We have the Department of Health and Support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Committee members. Garrett Hall, Chief of Emergency Medical Services for the Department of Health. We stand on our written testimony and support.
Thank you. State Health Planning and Development Agency, SHPTA, in support. Not present. Jordan Takakura Puha in support on Zoom. Not present. That's everyone indicating they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, Chair Alice Lee from the Hawaii County Council, 2 organizations and 4 individuals, all in support. Is there anybody else wishing to testify? Okay, please just state your name and stance before you begin.
Yeah, Speedy Bailey with American Medical Response, and I'm here in support. We have my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have your written testimony. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Great. Members, questions? If not, HB 1572 HD2 relating to aquaculture development.
Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Thank you, Chair.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Charlie Taylor on behalf of DLNR's Division of Aquatic Resources. We stand in support of this bill and are available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
Thank you, Chair. Riley here with the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity. We stand on our written testimony in support and are available for any questions.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau with comments.
Thank you, Chair. Just making sure I'm right. Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony providing comments.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the University of Hawaii, 1 organization and 3 individuals, as well as 1 other organization providing comments. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this matter? Seeing none, moving on to HB 2548 HD1 relating to sustainable food systems.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
DAB stands on our written testimony in support and are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. We'll stand on a written testimony in support.
Thank you. That's everyone indicating that they'd be joining us. Additional testimony and support from the County of Hawaii Department of Research and Development, 7 organizations and 23 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, do we have any questions? Seeing none, moving on to the next item on our agenda, HB 1601 HD1 relating to biosecurity.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
DAB stands in our written testimony in support of and are available for questions.
Thank you. Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Aloha, DLNR, Patrick Chi, and Hawaii Invasive Species Council. We are here in support of this bill. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Testimony in support from the Hawaii Farm Bureau.
The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species, CGAPs in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Easley with the Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species. We are in support of this bill. Just wanted to highlight that Act 236 transfers the duties and responsibilities of the Hawaii Invasive Species Council from DLNR to DAB in 2030. But the bill also transferred the funding for the Hawaii Invasive Species Council from DLNR to DAB effective July 1 of this year. And this bill, 1601, corrects that, makes a more efficient system where the administering agency has the funds to continue to carry out the functions of the HISC while it's still the administering agency and while they plan for the transfer. I'm here if you have any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have the Big Island Invasive Species Committee in support on Zoom.
Hi, yeah, we also submitted written testimony, but also wanted to emphasize how important this money is. We've been steadily funded by the Hawaii Invasive Species Council through an annual grant allocation, a competitive grant process. And That really allows us to have these projects that continue from year to year. A lot of that money goes to fund eradications for plants, which can take 10 to 15 years to do. So any kind of disruption in that fund, in that funding coming through, so if for any reason that money were not to be allocated to the HISC this year as was intended originally, that could really disrupt a lot of these eradication efforts to the point where we would lose a lot of ground and a lot of money. So really encourage that just common sense measure to make sure that the money follows where the actual need is. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone indicating they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support members from 3 organizations and 2 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions? No, okay, seeing none, moving on to HB 2119 HD1 relating to coffee pest control.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity and support.
Yeah, stands on our written testimony in support and are here for any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. James McCulley in support on Zoom.
Apologies, Clerk. Greetings, Chair, Vice Chair. Thank you very much. I'll stand on my testimony, available for questions.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone indicating they would be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 5 organizations and 7 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Okay, if not, we're gonna move on to HB 1929 HD1 relating to biosecurity.
Okay, Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. This bill helps get the folks in Molokai additional resources that they need. You folks may have heard about the interim rule of trying to prevent coconut rhinoceros beetle from getting to Molokai. And this would enhance that, actually giving them the ability to have a facility and staff in order to do biosecurity on the island. I think this is definitely something that we at the Department of Land and Natural Resources and the Hawaiian Invasive Species Council support. Thank you. I'm here for questions.
Thank you. Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
Thank you, Chair. Dan stands on our written testimony in support and are here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species, CGAPS in support.
Again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Stephanie Easley with the Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species. Just echoing what the previous testifier said. At this time, some of the highest impact invasive species are not found on Molokai. They don't have Myconia plants, they don't have little fire ants, they don't have coconut rhinoceros beetle. They do have a very unique culture and agriculture, a lot of subsistence agriculture. Keeping those pests out of there allows them to maintain their unique culture and agriculture. That interim rule will expire in September of this year, and this bill requests a plan to prevent those high impact invasive species from reaching Molokai, giving them that extra help that they need to protect themselves from those species. I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. That is everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Also testimony and support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 7 other organizations, and 35 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure?
Chair, I have a question for DLN.
Yes.
I'm excited about the possibility of this bill. My question has to do with the staffing. The positions, will they be on Molokai or is there, where will they be physically located?
As far as I know, according to the bill, they would be, but that would be a question for Department of Agriculture.
Okay, apologies, Department of Agriculture then?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it has, my question has to do with the positions that are included in this bill. Would they be physically located on Molokai
Yes.
or elsewhere? And there is a existing building for them?
If you were to give us the authority to put somebody on Molokai right now, there is a place for them, but what we're envisioning is a lot bigger than that. And that's the need for the facility.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, appreciate it. No other questions, Chair, thank you.
Okay, anything additional? If not, we're gonna move on to HB 1953 relating to agriculture.
The Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
Stands on our written testimony and are here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Agriculture Stewardship Hawaii in support.
Aloha, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Amanda Shaw, Agriculture Stewardship Hawaii. We're an organization that's been providing conservation agriculture support to farmers for about 25 years. Right now, if a farmer wants to say take some time out from production crops to let the soil rest and ensure it can be healthy, they're kind of on their own a lot of times. And it might be more expensive for them to do that because they're not producing the crop that they then sell. This bill would really give the state, a chance to step into the field alongside farmers. We're thankful that there are some federal programs that help to support conservation measures in agriculture, but they're getting more difficult. They already don't really understand Hawaii agriculture, and they're getting harder to access, and the funding is actually decreasing. So we really see this as an important measure to step up and help, and this would help the state to really be part of that solution. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. That is everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the County of Hawaii Department of Research and Development, as well as 13 organizations and 23 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next item on our agenda, which is gonna be HB 2216 HD1 relating to agricultural loans.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
DAV stands and in support of our written testimony. We're here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Thank you. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. And we have James McCulley in support on Zoom.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair. I do have a question on this. I stand on my testimony in support, but if you look at 155.4 in section 3, it says, I'm sorry, section 15, it caps the appraised value of the loans to be sold shall not exceed $10 million. Is that per annum? I'm not sure. I'd like that clarified. Because it's a revolving fund, you would think that it would be cyclical year to year. I think the chair, the committee needs to understand that these loans have to season. It takes a couple of years, I think, before they're acceptable to the secondary market. So this is not going to be an immediate fix, but it's going to require continually top up for the year until this revolving fund could be potentially, at least in some portions, self-funding. Thank you, Chair. Any questions? I'm happy to oblige.
Thank you. That is everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. This additional testimony and support from the County of Hawaii Department of Research and Development, 2 organizations and 2 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure? If not, for the Department of Ag, maybe if you could speak a little bit to the point raised by Mr. McCulley. Do you think we need clarifying language in the bill, or is this something you'd like to work on if it crosses over to the Senate?
Good afternoon, Chair Todd and Vice Chair Takanushi and members of the committee. Dean Matsukawa, Deputy at Department of Ag and Biosecurity. Yes, we wouldn't probably be selling the full 10 million per year, but having that every year, that clarification would help. And then it would allow us to do it every year, but we would only sell a portion of the loan. Even in the first year, we probably wouldn't look at selling the full amount of the 10 million because we probably maybe at 5 million to try just test it out and see how well this goes. And then if it goes well, then we could ramp it up. Right now, the portfolio is at about 17 million, so I don't think we'd even envision selling like 2/3 of the portfolio on the first year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Members, additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next item on our agenda, which is HB 2246 HD1 relating to agricultural grant administration.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
That stands on our written testimony. If there's any questions, we're here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Additional testimony and support from 3 organizations and 1 individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 2549 HD1 relating to agricultural production.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
That stands in support on our written testimony. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. The Hawaii Floriculture and Nursery Association in support. Oh, no, sorry, they are not here, but Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Okay, that is everybody who indicated they'll be joining us. Also, additional testimony and support members from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 4 organizations, and 2 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions on this measure? If not, we're gonna be moving on to the next item on our agenda, HB 2551 HD1 relating to agriculture.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
That stands on our written testimony and support, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. University of Hawaii with comments.
UHC does stand on its written testimony in support to their comments.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
And that is everybody who indicated they'll be joining us. Additional testimony and support from 5 organizations and 3 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope, we're gonna move on to HB 2594 HD1 relating to agriculture.
Okay. Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
That stands on our written testimony and support, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Additional testimony and support from 2 organizations and 1 individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? If not, moving on to HB 2595 HD1 relating to regional agriculture and food production.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
That stands on our written testimony and support, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. And the Hawaii Food Industry Association in support on Zoom. Not present. Additional testimony and support, or with comments from the University of Hawaii and testimony in support from 2 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Okay, I think that was the final ag item on our agenda. We still somehow have 29 bills left. But sorry you got all dressed up. You guys did a great job. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Moving on to HB 1890 HD2 relating to education.
Do we have the Department of Education with comments?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Sean Bacon speaking on behalf of the department. The department stands on its written testimony, offering comments, and is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of the Attorney General with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Fiamma Rago, and I'm a Deputy Attorney General offering comments on behalf of the Department of Attorney General. Our previous testimony suggested language that we realized may create ambiguities related to where the funding is coming from. Our testimony provided for this hearing resolves those ambiguities and makes it clear that funding is subject to legislative appropriations. I am available for questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii State Teachers Association in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, Sarah Miliato-Lappin on behalf of HSTA. We are super excited that you're hearing this bill today because this is a priority for our members. Over 98% of teachers think this should be something that we already have. When you look at automatic step increases, this is best practice internationally and nationally for how teachers were rewarded for our years of service. We also know when adjusted for inflation that our teachers are some of the lowest paid teachers in the nation when you adjust to our high cost of living. This would be a best practice to help our teachers be able to stay in Hawaii and also to help us grow your own, which ends the teacher shortage, which we worked on for so long. So please support this measure. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have the Democratic Party of Hawaii Education Caucus in support. Not present. We have Corey Rosenlee in support on Zoom.
Yes, good afternoon. The chair, vice chair, my name is Corey Rosenlee. I'm a social studies teacher at Campbell High School. I just want to say I strongly support HB 1890. This is the most important bill when it comes to fixing the teacher shortage crisis in Hawaii. For too long, teachers in Hawaii's pay does not increase every single year. And in the past, we've had the problem where teachers with 10 years of different experience are getting paid the same thing. The legislature did a great step in 2022 of fixing the problems of the past by fixing the problems of compression. The problem is it didn't do anything about going forward. So that means my fear is that every 10 years are we going to have to go back to the legislature to fix all the problems of the past. Instead, what I hope is this legislature will take the great step of fixing this problem to ensure that teachers know that going forward that they will have an increase in pay every single year. That will not only fix the problem of the teacher compression, but also will allow teachers potentially coming into Hawaii to be able to get their years of service accurately represented instead of being stopped at 6 years. So I hope this committee and the legislature will pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kylie Adamani in support on Zoom. Not present. Not present. That is everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Members, please also note testimony in opposition from the Department of Budget and Finance, opposition from the Office of Collective Bargaining, comments from one organization, and testimony in support from 9 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Rep. Russo?
For the AG, please. So in your reading of this measure, is there any language that suggests that this could be interpreted in any way to allow for the this automatic step increase to supplant rather than supplement any bargained increases in salary? Because I know that's happened with other bargaining units.
I think that we took that into consideration and then our proposed language addresses that because subsection C of our proposed language, or no, A and B both have the language that says if negotiated into a collective bargaining agreement under section 89.9.
So in your view, that addresses that problem?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, additional questions? Okay, if not, moving on to the next item. We got HB 1893 HD1 relating to education.
We have the Department of Education in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sean Bacon on behalf of the department. We stand on our written testimony and support and are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of the Attorney General with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members, and Horiuchi from the Department of the Attorney General. The bill amends section 302A-706 to expressly provide that charter school teachers are eligible for the incentive program. But the DOE is not the employer of charter school teachers. The charter school teachers are employed by their respective public charter schools. So in our testimony, we've suggested some revisions to the bill that we think will address that implementation ambiguity. Thank you. I'll be available for questions.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii State Public Charter School Commission in support.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. PJ4 on behalf of Executive Director Ed No. We stand on our submitted written testimony in support of this bill, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Hawaii Teacher Standards Board in support.
Mitzi Higa speaking on behalf of the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board. We stand on our testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii State Teachers Association in support.
Aloha, Sarah Milianta-Lappin on behalf of HSTA will stand on our written as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony in opposition from the Office of Collective Bargaining and support from 98 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure? Seeing none, moving on to HB 2172, HD2 relating to employment of retirees.
Okay, we have the Department of Education with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Sean Bacon, representing the department. We stand on our written testimony offering comments and available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of the Attorney General with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Jenny Nakamoto, Deputy Attorney General. We did submit comments recommending incorporating more objective standards and measurable criteria directly to the statute. And we also provided suggested language available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The Employees Retirement System with comments.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. James Grubel with the Employees Retirement System. On behalf of Kabra Young, who couldn't be here today, the system appreciates the intent of the bill, and as in the testimony, we had identified some concerns brought up by our tax counsel, similar to the Attorney General's regarding the definitely detrimental benefit and the inclusion in the plan rules. And we are actively working to with the stakeholders to try and find some alternative language for that.
Thank you. Hawaii State Teachers Association in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Sarah Milianta-Lappin on behalf of HSTA will stand on our written. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the written testimony we've received. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, moving on to HB 1595 HD1 relating to the state librarian.
Members, nobody indicating that they would be joining us, but please note testimony in support from the Hawaii State Board of Education and 3 individuals. Is there anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. HB 2004 HD1 relating to education.
Okay, Department of Education in support.
Aloha, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, Terry Ushijima, Assistant Superintendent, testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. We stand on our written testimony in support of this pilot that we have already initiated. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii State Teachers Association in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Sarah Milianta-Lappin on behalf of HSTA will stand on our written.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Also testimony, comments from the Hawaii State Public Library System and support from 6 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions? Go ahead.
Since we're moving quickly, Department of Education. Sorry. So this was the introducer's mistake in choosing the dates for the pilot project, forgetting how long it takes to kind of set up new positions, because this is a new kind of pilot to bring library services to complex areas. for DOE students. Could you just give a brief update on the status of the pilot project?
Sure. As soon as the bill was passed, we took action right away, and we first attempted to hire someone externally, but we did not find anyone with the qualifications, because that's a very important part of the bill, has to be a certified librarian. The other thing we initiated was to determine which complex areas, and that takes the discussions for schools and complex areas, and we are at a point now where we have identified Oahu and a neighbor island. So we're in the process of going through the regular teacher hiring cycle, and we are in the process right now we're crossing our fingers that we will have candidates that we can hire for these specific complex areas. But for a while, we weren't able to identify a neighbor island complex. So the amendment in the bill is helpful if we do encounter that challenge.
Okay, so still keep that language for the flexibility of potentially using it on Oahu.
Yes, because our intention is to because the pilot is more than 1 year also, right? We hope to hire someone that will stay. But if in case something happens for whatever reason, we would have the flexibility to still continue the pilot, even if we may not have a neighbor island school that's identified. We could still continue it on Oahu, but we will do our best to promote it so that the neighbor island schools will also participate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Members, additional questions? If not, HB 1811 HD1 relating to educator student loan repayment.
Department of Education with comments?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sean Bacon on behalf of the department. We stand on our written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii State Public Charter School Commission in support.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. The commission stands on its testimony with comments and in support.
Thank you. University of Hawaii with comments.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Alan Rosenfeld, University of Hawaii. The university stands on its testimony and support.
Thank you. Hawaii Teacher Standards Board in support.
Mitzi Higa is standing on behalf of the board on a written testimony in support.
Thank you. The Hawaii State Youth Commission in support.
Aloha, my name is Melek Kaneali'i and I'm representing the Youth Commission in strong support. We stand on our written testimony and would like to highlight that creating a program that addresses the student loan debt for educators is a meaningful step to support the people who dedicate their entire lives to our classrooms. And this is especially important considering the elimination of the federal Grad Plus program. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii State Teachers Association in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, Sarah Malaka on behalf of HSTA. We'll stand on our written. Thank you.
Thank you. John Fitzpatrick in support on Zoom. Not present. Okay, that is everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Members also testimony in support from an additional 3 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. HB 2168 HD2 relating to the education of students experiencing homelessness.
Department of Education in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Janelle Gardner from the Department of Education. We stand on our testimony and support.
Thank you. Hawaii State Youth Commission in support on Zoom.
Aloha. Again, as youth commissioners, we're tasked with uplifting the voice of our youth across our state. And we consistently hear that for students experiencing homelessness, school is often the only stable and supportive space in their lives. When housing instability creates barriers to enrollment, transportation, or participation, students can quickly fall behind through no fault of their own. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'll be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 1 organization and 3 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. HB 2560 HD2 relating to homelessness.
Department of Human Services with comments on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takeno Uchi, and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Scardino, TANF Program Administrator. Here on behalf of Director Yamane, the department stands on its written testimony offering comments. I will stand by for any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Education with comments.
Aloha, Kinao Gardner again, from the Department of Education. We stand on our testimony offering comments.
Thank you. Hawaii State Youth Commission in support on Zoom.
Aloha, the Youth Commission stands on written testimony and support. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Additional testimony and support from three organizations and 3 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
members' questions? No? HB 2427 HD2 relating to unaccompanied homeless youth.
Okay, Department of Education in support.
Aloha again, Kinao Gardner from the Department of Ed. We stand in support on our written testimony.
Thank you. Office of Youth Services with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leanne Gillespie. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of Youth Services. We appreciate the intent of this bill. We offer comments and ask for several amendments. This bill aims to ensure children experiencing homelessness and who are runaway how they access education to the DOE. So we're going to defer to the DOE regarding how they facilitate that access to education. But the OIS does not provide direct services for youth. As a juvenile justice agency, we do provide an array of services, including shelter beds. However, we don't have any social workers or case managers to provide those direct services to youth. As a juvenile justice agency, DOE's notification of a runaway youth would trigger a call to law enforcement and child welfare services. So as such, and we're not quite sure, we would ask clarification on what the roles were for OIS as in this bill, but we are asking that any language referring to OIS respectfully be removed. That would be specifically page 7, line 3, and page 8, line 10 through 12. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. The Hawaii State Youth Commission in support on Zoom.
Aloha, we stand on our written testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Additional testimony and support from 3 organizations and 6 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? If not, moving on to HB 1780 HD1 relating to student transportation.
Okay, Department of Education with comments.
Hello, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the committee, Sean Tajima, Assistant Superintendent, testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. The department stands on our written testimony which provides comments on this measure. The department has concerns about prioritizing bus seating based on income, as there are other factors that create a need for a school bus, such as distance from school and lack of safe walking paths. So thank you for this opportunity to testify. We stand by for questions.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Patty Hazistavrakis, and I am the Active Transportation Specialist with Hawaii Public Health Institute. The Hawaii Public Health Institute and the Healthy Eating and Active Living Statewide Coalition support this measure and stand on our written comments. However, we respectfully request that the committee amend the bill to extend free student bus passes to all DOE students rather than limiting eligibility to only those who are eligible for free school meals. Transportation is a key driver of school attendance. Although providing free transit for youth whose households qualify for free lunch is a step in the right direction, universal access would remove income barriers, improve attendance, and reduce traffic and emissions. We ask that you please consider this amendment, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. That is everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Members, additional written testimony and support from 2 organizations and 10 individuals, and 1 other organization providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? We got HB 1781, HD1 relating to education.
Okay, Department of Education with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Heidi Armstrong, Department of Education, and we do stand on our written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the State Procurement Office with comments on Zoom. Not present.
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry, this is Dana O'Meara with the State Procurement Office. We stand on a written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us, and an additional 3 individuals in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, Rep. Kush?
Yeah, for DOE. Careful that chair.
I've seen people fall back.
Seasoned pro.
In your testimony, you said that there's already money in the DOE budget for these positions to provide these numeracy, I've never heard of that, but numeracy? Coaches, to the instructors. Can you flesh that out a little bit more?
We did put the budget for 16 coaches, 1 for each complex area and 1 coach in the state office to act like as a lead and as a liaison. In our department requested budget, this budget has been approved by the Board of Education, but we're still seeking approval from the governor's budget.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
I actually have a question too. And I think I asked this when I met with the department originally, like pre-session. Okay, we scale up numeracy coaches. I imagine most of those folks who would step into those positions are probably current math teachers. So wouldn't that just lower the quality of the math teachers we currently have within the DOE by taking our best and brightest and taking them out of the classroom?
I think you are correct in that it is going to be difficult to fill these positions, and there's not an abundance. We don't have an overage of math teachers, so we would have to balance. But I don't think that should preclude us from trying to get this established. Coaching is a very effective tool in supporting teachers and supporting student learning, and we'll have to face the barriers and the challenges as they come, but the intent of having or providing coaches for every complex area is aimed to improve student achievement, supporting our teachers and supporting our students.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Solda.
So as still a licensed math teacher in this state, I know that we talk about, and just for, I think for people in the room, people listening to understand, for elementary school teachers who are teaching math, can you explain to us a little bit about their job being different than, let's say, my job, where all day all I did was talk about math 5 days a week?
Sure. The majority of our elementary teachers are generalists. They teach a multitude of subjects. They teach English language arts, math, social studies, science, health, and they do receive support from staff on school as well as state support. But having a coach, especially for someone who is newer to the profession or maybe more comfortable in teaching another subject area other than math, a coach is a very important support to grow the teacher's capacity and ultimately to provide better instruction for our students.
So just to understand, if for an elementary school teacher who is a generalist, part of their day or what percentage of their week would they be teaching math, so that we understand that that is just one small component of the job that they do.
Typically, math is taught every day, Monday through Friday, and depending on the school schedule, 45 minutes, an hour, possibly longer in some schools.
Okay, thank you.
Anything additional?
Sorry,
For Partsfield?
Chair, for DOE as well. I'm trying to do my due diligence and understand this bill better. So this, I don't know if I pronounce it correct, this numeracy coaching. I'm not clear, is it coaching for the teachers? Is it coaching for the students? Can you educate us as to what exactly this numeracy coaching entails?
Coaching for the teachers. Coaching meaning being the mentor, being a critical person to give feedback, not in an evaluative position. It can be someone who can give demonstration lessons, watch a lesson, give constructive input on how that lesson can improve. This person can also serve as a thought partner in planning units and in planning lessons. So it's intended to be a non-evaluative support for the teachers. It doesn't directly, they don't directly service the students unless giving a demonstration lesson possibly.
So can you explain to us then how to implement this plan, because it sounds like teachers will be observed in the classroom and receive feedback, but they'll also get separate time away from the classroom where they get coaching to improve their skills?
Could be. Both of what you just shared are possibilities. It's also managing, right now, this is one coach per complex area. So this person would be supporting school personnel in turn to help support teachers as well. 16 positions are not going to directly service every single school. That's just not possible, but the intent is to build skill, to build expertise, and to build capacity so that we can continue to provide more supports for our teachers to help their success as well.
Okay, appreciate that information to educate us, thank you.
Thanks. Members, additional questions?
Sorry, and members, just for the record for everybody, apologies, I read the wrong part of the testifiers list for this one. Department of Education and University of Hawaii were in support, one organization, 3 individuals, and then also 1 individual in opposition. So sorry for the confusion and for the other orgs who I think might be here that I skipped over. Sorry about that.
Okay. Rep. Rizzo, go ahead.
My question actually is for UH, but I did want to note, like, 2 of my mentors when I was a first year teacher, who were members of my team, Mr. Tajima, the numeracy coach, are both in the room, so I'm really grateful for you folks. So, and the numeracy stuff is so important. But I wanted to ask the UH folks if with the math education pipeline, oh, Nathan, you're here, thank you. So that if you could speak to that math education pipeline and what it's looking like.
Chair and Vice Chair Nathan Baratta, Dean, College of Education, UH Manoa. Speaking to the, thank you for the question, math pipeline, the math content subject area clearly is one of our lower content areas with respect to what Manoa has as far as trying to beef up the mathematics content area across not only elementary but more so with the secondary programs. It's not heavily, we try to recruit, but as far as numbers and as far as
What are the numbers?
Numbers are, we probably average about 2 dozen or so graduates just from Manoa
A year.
annually.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's all.
Anything else? Nope. Okay, moving on to HB 1785, HD1 relating to student transportation.
Department of Education with comments.
Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the committee, Sean Tajima, Assistant Superintendent, testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. The department stands on a written testimony providing comments on this measure. We really appreciate the amendments to this bill which remove the mandatory daily fines for inactive routes. Our bus companies are already not getting paid for inactive routes. In their efforts to activate routes, our contractors have implemented their own measures such as subcontracting routes, flying drivers to different islands, and providing housing to some of the drivers. The department continues to work with our contractors toward the goal of reinstating all of our bus routes. The main obstacle is a statewide bus driver shortage. It's also a nationwide shortage. We feel that breaking up contracts and subcontracting out does not solve the bus driver shortage problem. It would create a situation of our bus companies competing for the same limited pool of drivers. Our bus companies are implementing strategies to recruit and retain bus drivers and are showing significant progress. They're investing in higher wages, signing bonuses, guaranteed hours, and paid training. These efforts have switched the trajectory of a 6-year decline of losing 230 drivers to a gain of 69 drivers in 1 year. So we are hopeful that this trajectory continues. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. We stand by for questions.
Thank you. And the State Procurement Office with comments on Zoom.
Hi, Dana Omiya, State Procurement Office. We stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And then additional 3 individuals in support for this measure. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? HB 1803, HD1 relating to student heat exposure.
Department of Education with comments.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Kenneth Gardner from the Department of Education. The department stands in its written testimony which provides comment on.
Thank you. Hawaii State Public Charter School Commission in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, PG4 on behalf of Dr. Ed No, Executive Director. The commission stands on this submitted testimony in support of HB 1803 HD.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute Climate Change and Health Working Group in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is James McCallan, and I'm testifying on behalf of Hawaii Public Health Institute and the Climate Change and Health Working Group in strong support of this measure. Last month, the Hawaii Climate Data Portal confirmed that 2025 was among the hottest years on record in Hawaii. That reflects what schools, teachers, and students are already experiencing on campuses. Other states have acted on heat safety measures only after serious harms occurred. In places like Georgia and California, statewide heat safety policies were adopted after students collapsed or died during school sports or physical activity. Those tragedies were preventable, and they led states to adopt clear heat safety protocols so schools are prepared when conditions become too hot. Hawaii has the opportunity to act before we experience that same loss. Today, I brought a wet bulb globe temperature device. This is the type of tool referenced in the bill. It's portable, easy to use, and provides real-time information about the heat conditions that students are actually experiencing. This bill would ensure that every school has access to a device like this, paired with heat safety guidelines developed with national experts. From a fiscal perspective, this is a relatively modest investment compared to the cost of emergency response, liability, or long-term health consequences from preventable heat illness. We also want to note these devices come with a 5-year warranty, which would significantly limit near-term maintenance costs. This bill gives schools the tools they need to make informed decisions and protect students while preserving outdoor play and learning. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify in strong support.
Thank you. We have Elizabeth Kiefer in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Elizabeth Kiefer. I'm a physician. I'm a faculty at JAPSOM and the mom of 2 boys in strong support of this bill. I'm testifying today as an individual, but also a member of the working group that helped co-author the bill. From a clinical perspective, heat illness in children is preventable. As practitioners, we think of a severe heat illness event as a never event, something we would not have happen when basic safety systems are in place. But we're seeing some warning signs here in Hawaii. Children are uniquely vulnerable to heat. They acclimatize more slowly. They might be taking medications that impair regulation like ADHD. meds, and they often don't have control over how long or when they're outside. Clinically, heat illness starts subtly with headache, nausea, irritability, and it can escalate very quickly. We're actually already seeing impacts. At a recent local PE conference, teachers shared concerns about how to keep students safe, and in fact informed us that some of their students are already experiencing heat illness during the day, including an incident that required evaluation in the ER. These conversations prompted us to act quickly, leading to a wet bulb globe temperature pilot we're conducting in that West Oahu school. But a pilot in one area is not enough. So this bill would place these devices in DOE and charter schools statewide and pair them with existing heat acclimatization policy. Together, they provide clear, evidence-based guidance that protects students, but also coaches and teachers by removing the guesswork from safety decisions. Thank you.
That is everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony providing comments from the Hawaii State Board of Education, as well as support from 4 organizations and 21 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. Okay, moving on to HB 1891 HD1 relating to education.
Department of Education with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Heidi Armstrong, Department of Education. We stand on our written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii State Public Charter School Commission with comments.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. PJ4, on behalf of the commission, we stand on our submitted testimony offering comments on HB 1891.
Thank you. The Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support. Not present. Hawaii State Youth Commission in support.
Aloha, on behalf of the Hawaii State Youth Commission, again, we stand in strong support and on our written testimony, and would just like to highlight that with over half of Hawaii students reading proficiently, we must address the root causes of low literacy, reduce stigma around learning differences, and ensure students receive support from the start. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. The Special Education Advisory Council in support on Zoom.
Present.
Hi, I'm Susan Rocco from the Special Education Advisory Council. We're in strong support of this bill, and we find that many children who have been identified as having specific learning disabilities have dyslexia, but there are many, many children that have not been identified. So the screening requirement in this bill is essential, as is the training. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Kids Can in support.
Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the committee. My name is Erica Nakanishi-Stanis. I am with Hawaii Kids Can. We stand on our written testimony in strong support and ask for consideration of our proposed amendments. To give some context, in October of 2024, the DOE received a $60 million federal CLSD grant to improve literacy across the state. In that same month, they announced these statewide goals called Literacy Levers, based on decades of best practices. We celebrate this progress. At the same time, the CLSD grant ends in 2029, and the literacy levers have not been accompanied by an implementation timeline that is specific or with accountability measures. If we do not ensure that all of these goals are carried out with fidelity across the state, we risk creating an equity gap between schools that opt in and schools that do not. And students pay the price across decades. If literacy is a human right and 69% of our fourth graders are not reading proficiently, then our responsibility is to implement the highly effective, fast, low-cost tools that we already have. Mahalo for your consideration and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have the Reading League Hawaii in support. Not present. Leisure-Din Academy Literacy in support.
They're out in the hallway. Is it okay to bring them in?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on in, guys.
Hi, welcome. Hello. You can come to the table. Yeah.
I joined the table. Okay,
Yeah. Please just state your name for the record before you begin.
Samantha French. Good afternoon. I am from the Le Jardin Literacy Academy. My name is Samantha French. I'm a dyslexia teacher and an IB educator, and I am here in strong support of Bill HB 1891. I have sat across from children who believed they were stupid, when in reality, they were just never taught to read in a way that they could understand. I have seen the shame, anxiety, and loss of confidence that comes when we miss the early signs. But I have also had the blessing of watching that change when they're working with a teacher who understands the way that they learn. I feel so blessed to have had my education in teaching dyslexic learners because I have never taught in a classroom that didn't have at least one dyslexic student. Teachers want to help, but many do not know how and are left feeling overwhelmed and frustrated. This bill could change that. HB 1891 will drastically change the lives of students around the state, especially the ones who cannot afford private school and outside tutoring. We know how to teach reading effectively. The research is clear. Early screening and evidence-based instruction can change lives. HB 1891 is about giving every child in Hawaii the foundation that they deserve. Let's change the future and show all the keiki on the island that they matter.
Thank you. Let's see this.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Mila, Noah, and I'm Jade, and we're here to support Bill HB 1891. We are not statistics. We are not test scores. We are Hawaii's future. Find us early. Support us strongly. Teach us the right way. Choose literacy. Choose keiki. Choose our future. Please pass HB 1891. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha A. My name is Evelyn, and I support this bill, and I care for people that need help in school. I am very, very determined to help young readers. In some schools, people can't get the help they need. I know you're amazing and care, so all I need is your support on this bill. I have many friends and family that have special needs, and they just need a little more help. And that's okay. It's a superpower. And all these people but if you want to help me and all these people with special reading needs, please help our cause. Aloha A, Chair and committee members. My name is Luna and I'm a third grade student in Hawaii. Here's the hopeful part. Reading struggles are not a mystery. We already know how to teach teens to read. Research shows that with the right instruction, 95% of students can learn to read. That instruction is called structured literacy. It teaches reading step by step in a way that works with how the brain learns. HB 1891 brings universal dyslexia screening, evidence-aligned instruction, and stronger teacher training to Hawaii. We know the solution. Please help us bring hope and literacy to every child in our state. Mahalo. Hi, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and committee members. And hi, my name is Hillary, and I'm supporting Bill HB 1891. Did you know that Hawaii is the only state in America that at some schools don't help or treat kids that have dyslexia? And also, 1 out of 5 kids have dyslexia and don't support them. So who wants to help kids with dyslexia, like my friend Coco, to become superheroes? And remember, dyslexia is a superpower. Because with your help, this will make a change. And this will become something great. So, who is ready?
Who's ready to help us help the future?
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay.
We just couldn't open it.
Hi.
Aloha A. My name is Vivi. And my name is Azuri. When students can't read and don't get help, some give up. Some even drop out of school. Reading is connected to our future. It keeps doors open. HB 1891 helps prevent kids from falling behind for years. Please protect Hawaii's keiki and their futures. Please support Bill 1891. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha A. I am Hope, and I have dysgraphia, dyscalculia, and ADHD, but that doesn't really matter. If dyslexic students are not found early, reading can feel scary and overwhelming. Some kids stop believing in themselves, but early screening and structured reading teaching can change everything. HB 1891 helps schools find dyslexia early and support students right away. I want every dyslexic student in Hawaii to learn to read and feel confident. Please support HB 1891. Mahalo. Aloha A. My name is Joey. Reading opens doors and it helps learners' dreams become anything we want. But when reading is hard and no one understands why, kids can feel sad or alone. HB 1891 entrance students in screening early and taught effectively. Please support this bill so that no child feels left behind. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha A, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Mira. I'm a 5th grade student and I have dyslexia. Universal screening and teacher training costs money, but the cost of illiteracy is far greater. When students don't learn to read, they lose confidence. They can feel ashamed. Some stop trying. Some stop going to school. Research shows that struggling readers are most likely to drop out, even become part of the school-to-prison pipeline. That is a heartbreaking cause. But illiteracy is not a mystery. We know how to prevent it. Early identification, strong support, evidence-aligned reading instruction. That's a silver bullet. HB 1891 allows Hawaii to choose prevention over consequence, an opportunity over limitation. Please pass this bill so every student in Hawaii can learn to read and write their own future. Mahalo. Aloha Committee. My name is Coco Bay and I'm dyslexic. Because we found out 2 years ago, I'm getting lots of help from school and family. I'm lucky, but I wonder what would happen if I wasn't lucky. If we didn't know I had dyslexia and every day at school felt too hard to handle. I think I would leave school as soon as I could, and my problems would become Hawaii's problems. Please help every kid with this. Please help every dyslexic kid be the lucky one. Vote yes on HB 1891.
Okay, thank you, students.
Thank you. Great job.
That was a good.
For everybody.
Members. Additional testimony in support from Lauren Farasati.
Thank you, committee. I'm Lauren Farasati. I was a former business coach, now a proud grandma of one of those keiki. I had a keiki PowerPoint presentation with posters, but I was told I had to leave it behind. So here it is with no posters. Without simple early screening, and without explicit structured teacher training, the deck is stacked against the 1 in 5 keiki with dyslexia. Those early disadvantages become stacked public costs, and no one knows the impact of those costs more than the members of this committee. Higher dropout rates, increased incarceration, workforce underemployment, and a lower tax base, reliance on public assistance, and the most deadly, a relentless, perpetual cycle of generational illiteracy. Dyslexia support stops that stack. Please vote yes on HB 1891. Thank you.
Thank you. We have testimony in support from Judy Vincent.
She is ill.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the update. Testimony in support from Dale Vincent. Okay, not present. Testimony in support from Lawrence Thomas. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, as well as 4 organizations and 24 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure? If not, the kids did such a great job, we don't have any questions. So, fantastic, great job. Moving on to HB 1894, HD1 relating to education.
Department of Education and support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, Jeanette Gardner, the Department of Education, and stand on our written testimony and support.
Thank you. Department of Human Services with comments on Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the committee, Gavin Abe, on behalf of Director of DHS, Ryan Yamane. We stand on our written comments, and I'm here for questions. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Special Education Advisory Council in support on Zoom.
Yes, Chair, Vice Chair, thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support. I'm Susan Rocco. I am staff to the Special Education Advisory Council, and we believe this is really an essential bill. Too few of the kids who have low vision and Braille and blindness in our system have exposure to Braille literacy, and we think that that number should rise with this bill and be supportive. And we also are happy that it is providing parents with the good information for them to make decisions. So mahalo.
Thank you. We have the National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii in support.
Yes, aloha, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, and members. James Gashel here, testifying in strong support of HB 1894 and standing on our written testimony, here to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Donald Sakamoto in support on Zoom. Not present. We have Ann Lemke in support on Zoom. Not present. Virgil Stinnett.
I'm sorry, this is Ann Lemke. I was trying to unmute.
Okay.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Just a quick word to say, to underline one of the things I said in my written testimony, that many of us start out with partial vision. That's true. But as we get older, and in my case, my first year of college, I lost all my remaining vision. If I had not learned Braille, I would not have had the wonderful career I had and am retired now. So Braille is very important as a skill. It's not outdated, it's not outmoded, and as a matter of fact, there is a great deal of amazing technology now to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We also have Virgil Stinnett in support on Zoom. Not present. Okay, that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Also testimony in support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, one other organization, and 10 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? If not, moving on to HB 1925 relating to climate education.
Department of Education with comments?
Aloha, Terry Ushijima, again testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. We stand on our written testimony providing comments. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii State Youth Commission in support on Zoom.
Aloha, the Youth Commission would like to stand on our written testimony and highlight that the Commission views this program as an investment in the next generation of leaders who will be integral in meeting the state's goals for 100% renewable electricity by 2045 and at least 50% below the 2005 greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. This will prepare us for our community resilience efforts across Hawaii and allows us to continue growing into informed stewards of our home. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have the Education Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii in support. Not present. We have Paul Bernstein in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanuchi, and members of the Finance Committee. Apologies that my camera's not working. My name is Paul Bernstein, and I'm one of the founding members of the Climate Future Forum, which helps youth participate in the legislative process around policies to address climate change. Through this work, I've seen firsthand how students feel more power over their future as they learn more about climate change. In essence, I've seen fear turn into empowerment. So I urge you to pass this bill out of the Finance Committee to help more students feel empowered. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have Mia Nishiguchi in support on Zoom. Not present. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Also, additional testimony in support from one organization and 8 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Aloha, I'd love to testify if that's okay.
I guess please just state your name for the record and then proceed.
Yes, sorry, my testimony was late, I think. My name is Duration. I'm with Our Children's Trust, and I'm testifying in strong support of this measure. Our Children's Trust worked on the Navahine settlement, which happened less than 2 years ago. And so we just want to emphasize the importance of climate literacy and education as part of the state's constitutional obligations to protect a life-sustaining climate and bringing the youth in as a part of that solution. So we stand on our written testimony in strong support.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom wishing to testify?
Members, questions on this measure? No. Seeing none, moving on to HB 2019 HD1 relating to early learning.
We have the Executive Office on Early Learning in support.
Aloha, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanuchi, members of the committee. I'm Yuko Arikawa, Cross Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. Family Child Interaction Learning Programs, or FCILs, are a vital part of our mixed delivery early learning system. They provide flexible, multi-generational, and culturally responsive settings where adult caregivers or parents and children learn side by side. Hawaii's largest FCIL providers rely heavily on federal Native Hawaiian education program grants, and the stability of this funding is uncertain. Increasing state support would help to diversify funding sources and protect these programs from potential federal disruptions. EOEL currently allocates $800,000 annually for FCIL contracts and supports expanding the state funding to sustain and strengthen these services. Thank you for the opportunity to share these comments in support of HB 2019 HD1.
Thank you. We have the State of Hawaii Early Learning Board in support on Zoom.
Aloha from Maui, I'm Elaine Yamashita, Chair of the Board, and the Board stands on its submitted testimony in support. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Commit to Keiki in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jared Ellis for Commit to Keiki and Early Childhood Action Strategy. We will stand on our written support and testimony. On our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Okay, early childhood, sorry, thank you. Parents and children together in support. Not present. Partners in Development Foundation in support.
Yes, aloha mai kakou. I'm Sean Kanaio Puni, Chief Executive Officer of Partners in Development Foundation. Thank you, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, and members of the Finance Committee for hearing this bill, and to stand by on our written testimony in support and strongly request.
Thank you. That is everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Members, additional testimony and support from the City and County of Honolulu Department of Community Services, 6 organizations and 14 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
So sorry. Hi. Me.
Please.
Hello. I thought I put written and oral testimony. Please forgive me. Aloha, Vice Chair, and respected committee members. My name is Malia Suchia. I would like to testify in support of HB 2019. I'm from Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. In my lane, my priority area is early childhood. So as a preschool teacher, I'm a mom of 5. I also grew up between Hawaii Island and Kauai, where we have very few early learning centers, very few childcare. And I'm sure many of you can relate to the need to rely on family, friend, and neighbor care. And so this is one of the key things that I also want to point out, in addition to the testimony that was already provided, is that because in our rural communities, we rely so heavily on family, friend, and neighbor care, you know, your auntie, your cousin, your sister, your brother, the kids are kind of going between these different caregivers. And most of these caregivers are not trained in child development. They don't come with an early learning background. And because brains are developing so dramatically from the ages of 0 to 5, if we're not providing those opportunities for them to learn, if we're not providing, you know, structured learning opportunities, if we're not providing social opportunities to them, then we're really at a loss for child development. So what the FCIO programs do, in addition to offering additional resources, is they really give these family, friend, and neighbors the opportunity to learn about child development so that they can then provide all of those developmentally appropriate activities and practices at home. And so in many of the communities, the FCILs are really the only opportunity for family, friends, and neighbors to engage in that kind of education, as well as the children to engage in a structured learning environment. So again, Malia Suchi on behalf of Hawaii Children's Action Network, ask you to humbly pass HB 2019. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this item? If not, we're gonna move on to the next item on our agenda. We are on to HB 2147 HD2, proposing amendments to Articles 8 and 10 of the Constitution of the State of Hawaii to authorize the legislature to establish a surcharge on the residential investment property to increase funding for public education.
Department of Education with comments?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Brian Hallett for the DOE. Department very much appreciates that this measure would help provide a more predictable and robust revenue stream to support public education in Hawaii, and it stands on its written testimony with comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Teacher Standards Board in support.
Ms. Higa on behalf of the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board, we stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. The County of Hawaii Finance Department Real Property Tax Division in opposition on Zoom.
Aloha, Lisa Mura with the County of Hawaii Real Property Tax. We stand on our testimony on opposition, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii State Teachers Association in support.
Aloha, HST will stand on the written testimony and are available for questions.
Thank you. Hawaii Realtors in opposition. Not present. We have the Education Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii in support. Not present. The Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Aloha, Colleen Taramai on behalf of Tom Yamachika. I apologize, I'm on safe driving mode. The Tax Foundation stands on its written comments. Thank you.
Okay, we have the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in opposition. We have Corey Rosenly in support on Zoom.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, I stand in strong support of HB 2147. Just a couple of facts. Hawaii is the only state in the entire country that does not use property taxes to fund education. Hawaii also has the lowest property taxes in the nation. And because of this, Hawaii spends the least percentage of state and county revenue towards education in the entire nation. And this does come at a cost. Hawaii is ranked by Wallet Hub as the worst state for teachers in the nation. And that has led to over 1,000 teacher positions being either vacant or filled by an emergency hire in Hawaii. The Jacobs report said that Hawaii has $7 billion worth of facility needs for capital improvements. And this does have an impact on our students as well. 55% of Hawaii students are special needs, whether economically disadvantaged, special needs, or ELL. And just looking at one measurement, only 25% of Hawaii students pass the math SBA. Only 36% pass the science SBA. And for the ACT test, only 16 and 70% are college ready for math and science. Hawaii is not using a funding mechanism that is used by every other state to fund education. Our teachers are underpaid, our facilities are run down, and this impacts our keiki. All this bill is asking for is to let the people of Hawaii have the right to vote on whether they want to use this funding mechanism to improve our schools. This was passed by the legislature, a similar bill in 2018, and it was passed with every single legislator, both in the House and Senate, voting for it except for one. All we're asking is for an opportunity to give the people of Hawaii the right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Members also testimony in opposition from the department, the City and County of Honolulu Department of Budget and Fiscal Services, 1 organization and 4 individuals, as well as testimony in support from 2 additional organizations and 8 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? If not, moving on to HB 1896 relating to community schools.
We have the Department of Education and support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Elizabeth Higashi on behalf of the department, and we stand on our testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the University of Hawaii with comments.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair Nathan Marath, the College of Education, Regional. We stand by our testimony in support.
Thank you. Hawaii State Teachers Association in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair HST stands on a written testimony. Community schools are amazing places. We wish every community had one. Support.
Thank you. The Education Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii in support. Not present. Partners in Development Foundation in support.
Aloha Shantana Iapuni standing in support of our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Waikoloa Elementary and Middle School in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. The Kaimuki Middle Kipuka Garden Hui in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. Lauren Taylor in support. Not present. Heidi Ilavi in support. Not present. And that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional comments from the Department of Human Services, testimony in support from 5 additional organizations and 10 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on? Oh, please. Oh, yes.
Hi, my name is Paula Adams with the Hawaii After School Alliance, and we stand in our region testimony in support of the community schools. Community school is a strategy that is proven.
So if you want to come to the table, if you're gonna.
We are standing in support of this measure. Community schools is a proven strategy to support our whole child, and our children and our students need this right now. And this strategy is proven that can help children thrive. So thank you for supporting this measure.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify?
Members, questions? No. Moving on to HB 2294 HD2 relating to public safety land or public school land transfer.
Okay, Department of Education with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Jesse Suki, for the department. This bill started off as a submission by the department that we supported. It was a cleanup bill to address Act 307 and some of the TMKs that had changed over time, which transitions lands from DLNR and the county over to DOE for school purposes. Along the way, language was added to the bill that would set aside land to the library system for 12 libraries that are on school property. So the amendment was offered on page 21 of the bill in the current draft, lines 19 to 21, which says that lands beneath public libraries should remain with the Department of Land and Natural Resources. That is antithetical to what Act 307 was set out to do, which was to enact and eliminate a split in ownership of campus lands so that we can more efficiently manage schools. These libraries, so these are not libraries off campus, right? We're talking about libraries on school campus. It's an artifact of when schools were owned by the counties and libraries were there. They're in the middle of campus, a lot of them, on campus in close proximity. So things like utilities, roads, students, minors, circulating around campus, CIP development, R&M, they're all integrated in the sort of land that we manage for the students. Currently, HRS 312, or Revised Statutes Chapter 312, gives authority to the libraries to operate the facilities, so that's not the question. The issue is keeping the fee with DLNR, and somehow DLNR getting authority to the libraries to control that area as a land transfer concept. I'm not exactly sure how that works practically or legally, but it is a problem for DOE to have that in this bill. And so although we initially supported the bill, we come before you now with comments, and we would ask that the bill be passed out of committee by striking that language that was added on page 21, lines 19 to 21, which adds subsection I. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have the Hawaii State Public Library System in support.
Mallory Fujitani for the public library system, standing on our testimony in support. Available for questions.
Thank you. That's all the testimony we received for this measure. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions?
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joe. Thank you for the history of the neighbor islands, because that's how it was done, right? County would take care of some things, they would take care of some things. In this space, my understanding is when a new library, new asset needs to be developed, it's the site control, right? Site control helps the money flow. In this situation, with it being held in title or fee or lease, however you want to describe it, how does that money flow if the money is going through DOE, through the library systems, or library systems down to DLNR?
Yeah, so my understanding is that the appropriations are made to the library when because they're a separate entity under the DOE, BOE, I'm sorry, the board, separate entity. So, they are appropriated funds for their projects. Because we're all on one TMK, one legal property, site control is not necessarily an issue because we're all part of the Board of Education. It's identifying where the scope and edges of the property are gonna be for the project if it's a new one. And then the project moves forward after that's identified, we get some idea about what the design is from libraries. And a lot of effort and back and forth is taken. So I understand why libraries might be frustrated because things like pickup drop off, who's coming on campus and how that's gonna be maintained, easements and that sort of thing. That can take some time in negotiation like with any project. in anywhere in the state of Hawaii, private or public.
I'm just asking because the neighbor islands tend to try and co-locate services together in an effort to try and grade monies, whether it is county dollars or state dollars. And so the idea of having an ecosystem of services for our community makes sense. But I just don't want legislation to agitate that situation and make it more clunky than necessary. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? If not, we're gonna move on to HB 2298, HD1 relating to education.
The Department of Education in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Elizabeth Higashi again from the department, and we stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Additional testimony and support from the Hawaii Office of Veteran Services and one other organization. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? If not, HB 2300, HD1 relating to Department of Education procurement.
Department of Education in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sean Tajima testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. Department stands on our written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. State Procurement Office with comments on Zoom.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, the State Procurement Office stands on its written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Additional 2 organizations and 1 individual in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. HB 2344, HD1 relating to school facilities.
Department of Accounting and General Services with comments.
Gordon Wood representing DAGS, and the department stands on its written testimony offering comments on this matter.
Thank you. Department of Education providing comments.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Elizabeth Higashi again offering comments. We just wanted to highlight that as we acknowledge that enrollment has gradually been declining yet shifting, we want to emphasize that in our written testimony, we have a few considerations for the committee that we believe strongly will help emphasize and keep student learning and outcomes as a core priority throughout the process. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have UPW in opposition.
Well, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Kamakana Kaimalo, United Public Workers, you have our written testimony in opposition, and quite simply, our opposition is based on the fact that a process developed for the closure and consolidation of military installations just isn't appropriate for Hawaii Public Schools. If you really take a look at it, this bill attempts to depoliticize the process of closure and consolidation, and I can tell you, being familiar with the BRAC process, it's far from depoliticized. It actually just moves political jockeying from one place to another. And lastly, it does sort of resemble BRAC, but it's only a part of it. On the back end, there's usually some kind of community output for those communities who have lost their military installation, to replace it with something that would be important important to the community, because a lot of these schools, they're the heart of the community. And we just think that the timeline as well is just too short to really take into consideration all of these schools. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony with comments from the Hawaii State Board of Education and one other organization in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, committee members, questions? Okay, if not, HB 2345, HD1 relating to school facilities.
Okay, we have the Department of Education in opposition.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jesse Suki, I offer testimony for the department in opposition to this bill. This bill really is a solution without a problem. What the bill claims to be addressing or adding by transferring and creating a whole new program under SFA, DOE already has. We have geographic focus, which seems to be one of the elements of the bill. You know, we have DAGs on the neighbor islands. We have Department of Facilities Maintenance branch in DOE for Oahu. We have contractors who are in each district working with the schools who report to us and about how these maintenance programs are working. I would just add, in addition to or highlight from our testimony that we submitted, that the issue is not the governance or operation of our branches. They're working very hard. In fact, as I sat here, I was helping a principal on one of the campuses on the neighbor island deal with some issues with my staff and her project, not my staff, project. And so, you know, we're working on that. Construction has many elements and issues. The issue is that we have an aging inventory of facilities across the state. Over 4,000 facilities. So many of them were built before statehood, you know, so 50 to 60 years. And as one of the previous testifiers said, in reference to Jacob's study, it's about $7 billion worth of backlog that we're constantly working on addressing. So moving this to SFA, creating this entirely new program to recreate what we already have, is not gonna do anything but create disruption in a needed service that needs to be addressed now. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the School Facilities Authority with comments.
Good afternoon, Ricky Fujitani with the School Facilities Authority. The two comments we want to offer is localization. First one versus centralization. Right now, the system is centralized in one area. Localization is the best model. It's what I call the Costco effect, where you go to Costco at Kahului, you see the person from the permitting department, you see the person from the water department, you see the person from the fire department, all critical to get your project done. You need that localization. You need to know that roofs in Hilo are different than roofs on Maui, South Maui, and that knowledge is very, very important. So that's the first comment. The second comment is accountability and responsibility. With a 7-district manager scenario, that person is accountable. Right now, you don't know who is accountable. You have to delegate that responsibility and budget to that person. The usual way to fix schools is not working. This is a better way. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional comments from 2 organizations and support from 1 organization. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Representative Soto?
Hey, for the DOE, Mr. Suki, thank you. I think you said your testimony today said that this would be duplicative of something the department already does. Can you tell me, for your facility, you mentioned the facilities and maintenance branch, what is your vacancy rate for that area, that department, or?
You know, we turned in that vacancy report, and off the top of my head, but we do have vacancies in different positions, yes.
Is that vacancy, is it like a small vacancy, you're missing one, or is it large?
We have a few vacancies, yeah.
Okay, does it affect operations?
Filling those positions would definitely help, and we constantly trying to fill. We go to job fairs, we work on increasing the pay for engineers. So we're working on it. That's the issue that I think all state agencies face, especially with professional class positions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions?
Chair, for DOE, your testimony makes reference to a hybrid model. Could you provide us more details? Specifically, I want to know how much involvement the counties have within this current statewide framework.
So again, it is broken down by geography, the way we manage the different schools and complex areas across the state. So the neighbor islands, there's DAGs, And DAGS has a person assigned to each district, one or two, depending on the size of the county. And we have DPS's project-focused persons, people, these are individual people who work with the schools on these repair and maintenance issues. And they report up to DAGS and the maintenance branch here on Oahu, so that we know what is going on in the field. The field is working on the different neighbor islands and with the schools directly on their projects. On Oahu, it's the facilities maintenance branch specifically who does this work, and you know, we work with the schools directly. We have staff teams, contractors that work with the schools.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, they report up, so does that mean that they don't have authority to proceed, that they have to wait for approval from whoever is higher up before they can move forward with completing projects specific to their geographic area?
So, you know, sort of a concrete example, if someone at a neighbor island school is calling because the roof is leaking, they put it into our system, we call it Maximal, because it's on the neighbor island, the DAGS regional person will reach out with them and work with our contractor who works with the specific schools out there about what the project is, put the project together, get pricing. It works with our branch here on Oahu because we track funding and how the funding goes out into the field, because you know, we reimburse DAGS for their work that they do for the schools in the neighbor islands. So decisions are, once it's inputted into a system and it's put into a project in the regional geographic area, then they go out and they do the project, and there's reporting to the central office here on Oahu for payment.
I guess my concern is, like many projects, it tends to be Oahu centric. So a lot of times neighbor islands, not that they don't get preference, but it seems like you know, Oahu gets more attention than the rural communities. And so what I'm hearing is it would be duplicative if this bill were to pass, because the department is doing something similar already. And my concern is, if it's doing something similar, then why are there still so many concerns about delays? And you know, my thing is, how do we get things going so that we can fix whatever needs to be fixed in the schools? So do you have a response?
So it's not just duplicative, but it would be disruptive, because you're moving all of these operations, positions and money into a brand new program that's gonna be developed to do the same thing. Without the expertise that the DOE has had in these branches for decades, right? The issue about how long it takes to do a repair and maintenance call, you know, it depends on the project, it's project by project, some are more difficult to do than others. Sometimes it can depend on how many electricians you have on the island who can do the work. So, you know, there's those things to take into account, but you know, we try to be efficient, we're always trying to improve. The concept about equity, there shouldn't be inequity, because you know, DAGS takes care of the neighbor islands in the different geographic regions. They have leads for each region, and if it's more than, you know, larger area, they have more than one. And so as soon as these leaky roof, you know, the fan's not working, gets into the system, somebody should be out and addressing it. And if you know, for some reason we run out of money, you know, we ask every year for money from the legislature for our repair and maintenance, and you know, we find a way to pay for it because the kids need a classroom. So.
Okay, thank you.
Rep Kush.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today. Yeah, so on Hawaii Island, and to your point, DAGS does have like a menu of contractual items, as I understand it, and they're very limited. So like if the door handle's broke, they can fix it, but if the door jamb is rotten, then it goes to Oahu to decide what to do. They go to the consultant to come up with a plan, and then they go out for an RFP, and you know, like simple things like removing a playground taking 6 years. just pipes in the ground that's sticking out from a broken point. So it's very frustrating, to her point. There's no and DAGS is to my understanding is looking to see if they can expand that menu a little bit because they have the capacity. And it's frustrating for them if they just gotta change out a jam instead of sending it up the chain to Oahu for decision making. And I don't know if this is the right answer or if you guys are working to address that because it does feel very centralized when you're on the outer island. And I know that there's pretty vertical frustration with the process, and I understand the process, and I've been working with, you got a good team working for you. Just it's very centralized, so it's hard for someone here in Oahu to think about all the door jams with termite damage at 152 schools, or however many there are.
258.
258 schools, yeah, there's plenty of doors.
Yeah.
So that, it's just as a hypothetical example, and I just wanna hear your feedback on that.
Just so if I may, I am from Maui, grew up there, so I have some
skin in the game.
Family there, the whole tribe. Big island as well, so, and I do try to visit schools. Whenever there's a reason to travel, and it fits within budget, I go out and try and look at the schools. I've seen some of the big island schools. We do have a surface level agreement with DAGS, and that identifies the menus of things what you're talking about. We're actually going through, and it's almost completed, a new agreement, a new SLA. So that'll kind of expands the menu on some things a little bit. There are these kind of issues we run into, but they're not too common. But the thing where you think it's a doorknob, but it's like the whole door, and you have to replace the jam and all this kind of stuff, and that might evolve into a different kind of project that might take longer. We can look into how we streamline those things, but if
Does this bill though kind of streamline that, cut through that chain of command that's so centralized?
It sounds like the same, it sounds like what we do now. You say centralized because the money, comes in and, but the DAGS does the projects. So they don't have to wait for us. I mean, if there's a project that's in the system and it's been identified, the leaky roof, they go and they fix it. And then they provide us with the documentation and, we reimburse. But it's in the regions that these projects are done and identified.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any additional? If not, moving on to HB 2391 HD1 relating to taxation.
First, we have the Department of Taxation with comments.
Good afternoon, Darren, for the Department of Taxation. Department stands on its written comments.
Thank you. We have the Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Aloha, the Tax Foundation of Hawaii stands on its written comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have Sheila Medeiros in support on Zoom. Not present. That is everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Members, additional support from 6 individuals on this measure. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Thanks. Questions? No. HB 2399 HD1 relating to early learning.
Executive Office on Early Learning and Support.
We stand on our written testimony and support.
Thank you. Hawaii State Public Charter School Commission and support.
Aloha. The Charter Commission stands on its submitted testimony in support of HB 2399 HD1.
Thank you. Early Learning Board and support on Zoom.
Aloha, yes, the Early Learning Board stands on its testimony in support. And happy Girls' Day.
Thank you. Happy Girls' Day. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support.
Thank you again. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, respected committee members. My name is Malia Suchi on behalf of Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks, and I would like to provide testimony in strong support of HB 2399, which appropriates some funds to pre-K only charter schools, and just want to provide a little bit of clarification there that these pre-K only charter schools just stood up this past year. The application process took about 2 years for them to get to where they are now. And they fundraise, there's public-private partnerships, the parents pitch in. One of the schools is located in an affordable housing. The other one is in Waikiki Community Center. And I really wanna push this bill because we've been trying to expand access to early learning. We've done it through public pre-K, DOE, but spaces are limited. And so what this pre-K only charter school model does is it allows us to stand up like small units, 1 classroom, 2 classrooms in communities, in places and spaces where they are needed, where we might not be able to justify an entire school. But there's a need for a single class. So that's the flexibility that this model could offer. But in this bill presently, it's just asking for this 1 year of appropriation because when they applied 2 years ago, I don't think anybody was expecting what was coming down the pipes this year. And so this bill is just to try to get them over that hump, for this year while they get started and kind of get their footing under them, for us to really examine if this could be a scalable model, which we think that it potentially can, just because of the flexibility that it offers, particularly again in rural areas, smaller communities where we can possibly afford to stand up single classrooms. So again, Malia Suchia, in strong support of HB 2399. Thank you for your consideration. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Kobayashi Group in support on Zoom.
Yes, aloha, Alana Kobayashi Pakala. Just wanted to provide my testimony in strong support, and I stand by my written testimony provided prior. Thank you.
Thank you. Waikiki Community Center in support.
Aloha, I'm Caroline Hayashi from Waikiki Community Center. I just wanted to express our support for the bill. We converted our private nonprofit preschool last August into a pre-K only charter. And we did serve and continue to serve great majority of ALICE families, which stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed. So most of our families are employed and yet they struggle to make ends meet and pay basic living expenses, which includes childcare. And we all know how the cost of childcare is quite prohibitive for many families. And this is a way for us to be able to offer quality early education, of which we all know the benefits from many years of research, to all families regardless of ability to pay. The cost has been to have a quality program requires a certain amount of staffing, which we have realized in this first year of operation is more than what the state currently provides. And so we're asking for support to figure out our fundraising and so forth so that we can really make this a sustainable program. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Parents and Children Together in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Trisha Kajimura with Parents and Children Together, or PACT. So PACT started Parkway Village Preschool. It's one of 2 pre-K only charters that would be applicable to this bill along with Waikiki Community Preschool. We're located in Parkway Village, which is an affordable rental housing community in Kapolei that's also new. And one of the exciting things in our first year of operation is that all 80 slots filled like this, and we now are running a wait list. So we're very appreciative to know that we're in the right place, and that this is the right model for the school. But as the previous testifier mentioned, the amount of fundraising required to sustain the school is higher than anticipated, and thus the reason for the bill. We're a new build within Parkway Village with considerable investment by Kobayashi Group and also Kamehameha Schools, with startup costs also contributed to by Hawaii Community Foundation as well as PACT. So there's a lot of private investment in this school, and we're asking for additional public funds to continue it and make it a sustainable model. So thank you.
Thank you. That is everybody who indicated they would be joining us in person today. Additional testimony and support from 2 organizations and 51 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. HB 2454, HD1 relating to safe routes to school.
We have the Department of Transportation in support.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Let's look at the void DOT stand support.
Thank you. Department of Health with comments?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lola Irvin with the Department of Health, and the Department of Health appreciates the House Draft 1 version, and as a public health member of the Safe Routes to School Advisory Committee, we do appreciate the ability for public health to be involved, because saving lives is part of Vision Zero's goal, and we work on that with the Department of Transportation in all the counties, and we do want to ensure that children have a safe route to school. And it is best that the roads be considered and engineered to be safe for our children and families. So thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. We have testimony from Hawaii Public Health Institute with comments on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Patty Haziz-Stavrakis, and I am the Active Transportation Specialist with Hawaii Public Health Institute. The Health Institute, as well as the Healthy Eating and Active Living Statewide Coalition, we stand on our written testimony offering comments on HB 2454 HD1. The Safe Routes to School program has made great strides over the last several years at improving the infrastructure and walkability of our communities to encourage students to walk and roll to school. The advisory committee established as a result of Act 244 has implemented processes to help administer the Safe Routes to School Special Fund. Through these processes, funds have been successfully allocated for HDOT as well as county projects. We recommend that the advisory committee continue their oversight of these funds, including those required to fund DOT staff labor and non-labor expenses and the central services assessment. Maintaining this level of collaboration aligns with the original intent of Act 244 and strengthens the Safe Routes to School program at the state and county levels, ensuring the continued safety of our keiki. Thank you for your consideration and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have testimony in opposition from Ulupono Initiative.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanuchi, members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of Ulupono Initiative. You have our written testimony respectfully opposing this measure. While we appreciate the amendments made in the HD1 draft, our concerns remain whether the bill preserves the governance structure and clear multimodal safety focus of Act 244 from Session Laws 2023. We appreciate that the bill is looking to aim and streamline a lot of the deployment of funds. But with that said, the existing structure of the Safe Routes to School Program and Advisory Committee was designed not only to move funds, but to build capacity, ensure meaningful community input, and provide transparency and accountability in how we approve and fund new projects within our communities. That's really the impetus of why Act 244 and 23 did pass this legislative body, was to really create something new that really connected the community with how we fund our transportation projects. So it's important to note that this current program and the structure that was really established in 23 is still new. You know, it's only about a year and a half. The advisory committee just made its first recommendations to the legislator in the legislative report this session. So with that said, I mean, I think it might be a little premature to be looking at some of the structure changes that for this program. The legislative mandate around Act 244 was very clear and trying to do something different. And we really do feel that this bill actually does take a step backwards. So we do respectfully oppose this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is all that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony with comments from the City and County of Honolulu Department of Transportation Services, opposition from 3 other organizations, and support from 4 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions on this measure? Rep Kush?
Thank you. I'm not sure Ulupono or DOT. Maybe we'll start with you, sir, Ulupono. Thank you. Good. Thank you. I having some background in this space, I'm always struck with a conundrum of multimodal NIMBYism. And like if we had this, if we applied this model to roundabouts, there would be no roundabouts because that's almost like a derangement syndrome. People get really impacted by roundabouts, but they work well. And so there's always this conflict and friction between let's get it done, put bike paths, we'll survive. Kirk Caldwell should come in here. I don't know if his administration did too well on some of these bike paths. Today, people are still talking about them, but they're used. And so if you have a committee like this, if you have robust community input, sometimes that can push out where it needs to happen. Can you comment to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's again, as our testimony states, I think that's where Act 244 came into play. It was really set up to create a robust community-driven program that really identifies the needs within each of our communities across the state. Each school, what this program sets to do is create safe walking or rideable paths for our keiki to get to and from school. And that also includes, in a way, our community as well. So it's also our kapuna, it's also our families that are walking with dogs and stuff like that. I mean, we all want to walk and move safely within our communities. Again, this one really identifying within that 1 mile radius within a school. So really what you want to know is like, what are the true needs within this community around a certain school? Not everyone knows what those are unless you go and talk to people. So again, having that strong connection to community, which is what this program got set up to do, and the advisory committee is set up to do, is to really make those strong recommendations of what those needs are to the Department of Transportation so that those projects that are funded have a strong foundation to really meet what the needs are within our community. So I think the bill is looking to kind of streamline some of those projects, and obviously I think we all want to do things faster, but we also got to make sure that they make sense, right? All of our communities need to be behind them in order for us to fund them. So again, I think some of the structure we had concern with and just making sure that, you know, a program remains and as was legislatively intended back in 2023 when this passed. A lot of it has taken time to come up. It did take a year for the advisory committee to come on board, so not till 2024 July. And you know, there was no funding to make recommendations to the legislature until this session. So it's still moving, it's moving in the right direction. There's a lot of great momentum around it to really show what those needs are across your community. But I don't think we should try to change something that hasn't really gotten its legs just yet. So and I think that's what this bill might do, and that's our strong concerns around.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up questions, Chair? Thank you. Department of Transportation, please. I feel like this is like counterpoint. Same question. Knowing that friction of that NIMBYism, transportation NIMBYism, and from your perspective, would this bill like bypass that or provide moral clarity where the bike paths or multimodal is needed despite because my experience is that the people who come out who don't want to be bothered by slowing down for pedestrians, like that voice is much louder than the people, and especially when it's like asking renters to testify for an affordable project that's never been built. They're never gonna come. It's only the people who have an existing position that they want to protect that don't want it. So their always voices are stronger. So
Yeah, I think everybody in this room knows that, it's never with Hawaii DOT. I think everybody in this room knows that nobody shows up to your public meetings unless they're upset about something.
Yeah.
So most often, the people who come out are against what's being pushed in a lot of areas. This bill doesn't take away any of the process. The process is still there. The council still recommends the projects. Those are still the recommendations that move forward. What this bill does is clarify the responsibility. Nobody can sit on money anymore. Right now, if you look at the bill, I mean, if you look at the money, and Micah had said there was no money in there. There was 10 million in there already. There was already 10 million in that account. So there could have been projects being pushed out for the last 2 years. There weren't. The committee meets and they put up a project list once a year. This body, this building asked us for 13 speed humps in different areas on county roads. We cannot touch any of this money in order to enact what this body's will is. Right now, and I'll go back a little bit. As long as I've been a part of the DOT, we've made it a point not to ask for any additional fees from anybody. We wanted to make sure we could live within our means and bring in other funds from other areas to ensure that we could fund what's necessary for transportation. This body supported $5 on top of the registration fee specifically for this. And I get that, totally makes sense. But that's $6 million a year that's gonna be coming out. And if you look at the project listing that came out, 9.9 million of the 10 million went to the counties. $100,000 went to the state. If you look at our records on who delivers faster, and I got nothing against counties. I mean, we work really well with them. But if you look at the record of who delivers, it's the state. So when we start working with other counties to ensure we can move things forward fast, we want to make sure that there's funding mechanisms that are available for us to do projects in those areas. The 13 speed humps or speed management devices that are requested by this body on city and county roads are all within 1 mile of schools. Most of them right in front of schools. If these funds were available to us, we could use that immediately to put them out there. So those are the kinds of things that this bill is trying to clarify. First, that the state would actually be eligible to use the funding. And second, we could use it, especially if funds build up. My big concern with this with this account is that 6 million will build up year after year. And the public who puts in that $5 on top of their registration fees won't see the improvements that we're promising them. We want to make sure with this bill it clarifies if you don't obligate your federal funded projects within 2 years, money goes back immediately to ensure that we can use it on other projects. If you cannot expend your money in 4 years, it goes back to make sure that we can spend it on other things. We just want to make sure that the money that gets into this account gets on the streets as fast as possible. Staying within the 1 mile, nobody's saying that we're going to use it anyplace else but the areas that the bill clarifies. Everybody's good with that. We just want to make sure we can move it fast. So to your question, in areas where people must slow down, we put in those speed management devices. We don't ask if it's okay. If the data suggests we need it to ensure we protect lives, we're gonna do it. So I get that we wanna talk to the community and make sure that everybody's okay with it. Anybody who wants to speed will not be okay with it. And I don't care about their opinion if it's an area where they're putting somebody at risk.
Thank you.
Great. Additional questions? Rep. Hartsfield?
You can say because you might be able to test. But it's also for Ulupono initiative, if you don't mind just sharing. So for Ulupono initiative, DOT did submit testimony and they do make a recommendation to amend the bill, specifically section 2, paragraph 9. Have you been able to see what the DOT's testimony was in regards to that recommended amendment?
Not prior to this hearing, no.
Okay, so that's why I asked Director to stay. So if you could share what the department is recommending in terms of adding language to it, I think that would be helpful because then I have a follow-up question I'd like to ask.
Yeah, the clarification is to allow the state to move forward on projects like this, where it's eligible within that 1 mile radius of schools, to ensure we can move forward very quickly. And not wait the 1 year for the project listing to come out.
Right, and this is in collaboration with the, if I'm reading this correctly, considering priority projects selected by the Safe Routes to School Advisory Committee along with any other projects that serve the purposes stated in subsection A and are within 1 mile of any school or place of learning. The Department of Transportation shall coordinate with counties as necessary and notify the Safe Routes to School Advisory Committee when Safe Routes to School programs special funds are expended or transferred from priority projects selected by the Safe Routes to School Advisory Committee or other eligible projects. So hearing that, I'm wondering if that addresses the concerns from the Ulupono initiative.
Yeah, I think those are, those language amendments are welcomed. I think the bigger question is around how the advisory committee will interact with the department moving forward as to how recommendations happen. I agree with Director Stephan here mentioning that there is a one-time recommendation on projects that they did receive. However, that's the first time they did it. I respectfully disagree with him as far as the first 10 million being in the pot. It was never released, so there was no 10 million to utilize.
Again, there was 2 years of 10 million.
Right.
One year, 10 million, because no committee was there, we used it on projects that were near schools. The other, we released the first year. So 10 million was in the pot for 2 years.
But with
And I got the fiscal documents to show it.
the advisory committee wasn't established at that point, so they couldn't make recommendations on that first 10 million. That's what I meant to say. You're right, Director. So the advisory committee came on board a year later. So the act passed, there was a year between when the committee could come up and start making its recommendations. And that's what we see today, is the first recommendations coming up. I will say that there is it's in the statute, it's in the legislation that passed back in 2023, and it's asking for capacity and a plan to be developed around what Safe Routes to School program can be as far as being this robust community-driven program. And that is something that has been submitted to the advisory committee, so it's our understanding that that has been approved. So there is a plan coming. Within that plan, there is a potential where that advisory committee could come to the Department of Transportation and make recommendations throughout the year. The advisory committee meets at least once a month, Department of Transportation, all the vested stakeholders, they're all on this advisory committee. So it's not that you can't have this conversation and make recommendations and kind of try to move funds, you're completely correct, Director. $6 million is gonna be coming in throughout the year. We shouldn't wait for one time. But that plan can really identify to have a very dynamic process where you're communicating with the advisory committee to have it maybe happen 5 times a year.
Thank you, and I wanna thank you gentlemen for having a very civil
We
discussion.
like each other.
And I appreciate that, it's a nice Girls' Day gift. So my follow-up question to DOT is, what does DOT envision in terms of its collaboration or involvement with this advisory committee?
So the way we've been working with them right now is making sure that we recommend the projects that should be on the state system, given the requirements of the bill. And we work with them on feeding our input onto the project that comes through. We are not happy, of course, that 9.9 million out of 10 goes to the counties. From my perspective, that's way too much, especially because that $5 on top of the registration fee limits what we could do on the state side if we ever needed additional funding in the future. So to me, I mean, again, we get along with the county very well. But if they need money, they should raise money. I mean, they have their own registration fees. They have their own types of funding that could be raised in those different areas. So I think a better split of the funding would be definitely welcome. But definitely, I'm looking for ways to ensure that the project can move forward as quickly as possible. Nobody should be waiting for projects if funding is there. Funding is available.
Okay, we'll go Rep. Prusso, then Rep. You want them both up at the same time, or?
I will defer to.
We'll go Rep. Prusso and then Rep.
Mike, you can save it. My question is really for Director Sniffen. So I have been grateful for our conversations around providing safer routes to schools in my community, and it's been a long-standing conversation. So I understand your frustration, but I am worried, as I am in other spaces as well, about the politicization, because I know that you, just because I've been in other multiple settings with you, and you're always grabbed by the politicians, and I would worry, I think, without close oversight, that not that my community would get neglected, but that there are so many of us, right? And the needs are so great. So I share those concerns about the need for that oversight of the advisory board, and I am hopeful that if we are able to amend this language in a way that's palatable so that it's a mutually beneficial compromise, that you are also cognizant of that potential danger that I am really leery of.
Yeah, I think there's always that danger. But I think everybody's seen, whether I get along with a politician or not, I will always do what's necessary for their community. Because it's not their fault. It's not the community's fault.
Yeah.
So if there's a need for the community, I'm gonna get it done, especially when it comes to safety. The relationships that we have don't matter when it comes to safety.
I know, I'm not saying it's you, I'm just saying it's the nature of the whole ecosystem.
No, and it's fair, because I might get fired tomorrow. So that's a fair concern. But again, but that being said, what makes us think that the policy committee couldn't be affected by politics in general? What my concern is the legislature turned over a policy of 6 million per year to people who are not elected. so they don't share the same type of transparency that you guys have to go through in your votes and in the way you do business. I mean, and that's just an overall concern. Again, there's a reason that 9.9 million went to the counties, and not just for projects, but to fund positions, to fund other initiatives. So my concern again, do they have that authority to push that kind of funding over to those areas? Because that lack of oversight should go both ways, right?
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for Pocos.
Mike for Ed, thank you Ed, and thank you for doing awesome work in my community. If we support this bill and this bill pass, would I be able to get a sidewalk? No, not that way, not with, just saying that it would help in getting these kind of projects done. It don't have to be mine. But
I know what you mean.
It could be any sidewalk.
Any
in-
could somebody get a sidewalk someplace? Yeah.
But like for example, North Road. Sorry.
Okay, so keep going. As a practical matter.
Right.
Right. So whether this bill passes or not.
Right.
Those types of projects would be allowable. So Micah's right. I mean, for as it is right now, the law would allow the committee to consider projects within a mile of the school, provided one of the partners requested it. So if the city or had requested funding for that type of project that's eligible under law, it could be available, whether this bill passes or not.
Right. Okay. And my area is private. There's a golf course and then there's a military, so it's kind of like hard to be able to support those kind of projects. You know, I don't know.
Maybe we take this on offline.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Rep. Temple, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. My question is, do you guys have plans on expanding the radius, that 1 mile radius for safe routes to school?
So that was the consideration of the bill initially.
That's a good one, I think, too.
Yeah, so for us, we never really contemplated expanding the radius, but we can still do projects in those areas. From my perspective, if we're gonna do a project within that 1 mile, and it would stop in an area that's not necessarily the best area to stop, we could use other funds to extend it to ensure that we fulfill a project versus just a 1 mile area, if that makes sense. So based on the bill, that the portions outside of that 1 mile radius would not be eligible for funding. But if it's on a state route, we would consider putting our other highway funds in place to ensure that we can extend it out to complete the project to a technical nexus that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, more
Yeah, I have a question because I have a CIP ask near a school on a state highway. Instead of using CIP type money, could that qualify?
Yeah, if it's in the eligible area, 1 mile from within a school district, yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Then I have to go begging for other money. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Alright, thank you very much. Okay, we got 2 measures left on our 44 bill agenda. We got HB 2534 HD1 relating to robotics.
Department of Education with comments?
Terry Ushijima, testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. Sorry. We stand on a written testimony providing comments and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Wailua Robotics in support on Zoom? Not present. Tara Gregory in support on Zoom? Not present. Joshua Tom in support on Zoom? Not present. Oh, he's present.
Aloha, Chair Todd and Vice Chair Takanuchi and members of the committee. My name is Joshua Tom, a student at James Campbell High School, and I'm testifying in support of this bill. I stand before you to support this bill because recognizing robotics as a sport strengthens economic development, workforce growth, and access for our students. 9 states already recognize robotics as a sport, including Texas, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Minnesota. That recognition elevates competition, it increases visibility for our students, and it supports youth education. with the current Hawaii brain drain, as you may know, it is very necessary for us to support this type of education in order to keep our brightest Hawaiian minds here in Hawaii, especially with the new development projects that we're working on. We need those engineers. While some suggest placing robotics under a CTE, I would recommend avoiding that area because it does limit access. With CTE pathways, they often require enrollment in specific engineering or coding classes in order to have students participate in competitions. And robotics is more than just engineering or coding. It requires business, media, community service, and even what I'm doing here today in advocacy. Recognizing it as a sport keeps our doors open to everybody. That's also the issue with advisor support as well. When prompted with activities, most teachers either want to pick a department head, class advisor, or an athletic coach because they receive compensation, they receive a salary increase. After school club advisors do not receive that salary increase. Robotics demands long hours, technical expertise, and strong dedication. Without proper recognition and funding, we lose their passionate mentors, and who will take over for them? We've already seen that what happens when the state does support activities such as these. Back in 2008 through Act 111, the state invested $300,000 into the Hawaii Space Consortium, and alongside a $1 million NASA space grant awarded to former Governor Linda Lingle. That funding helped grow Hawaii's teams from 7 to 27. It launched the first Hawaii Regional, and it helped to establish the VEX Pan Pacific competition in 2016, which was the second largest competition in the world. Today, without sustained aid from the state, we have lost a major program, nearly 150 elementary teams, and schools such as Kamehameha Kapalama, McKinley, and Aiea. That said, concerns are raised by educators. I recognize the opposing arguments, and I do see that these concerns are very necessary to take into consideration. Robotics can get very expensive. Team budgets range from around $30,000 to almost $100,000 every single year. They're supported mainly by private donors and sponsors and private grants. When surfing was recognized as a sport under the HHSAA, teams did lose that private funding and the recognition from sport grants and private sponsors. Given the current financial situation with the DOE, we understand that the DOE and the HHSAA cannot reasonably provide that amount of money to every single team. So we need to be able to sustain eligibility to fundraise, gain grants, and work with sponsors while still being considered a sport for the teacher pay. Procurement rules are also another challenge. Build seasons can last as little as 6 weeks. Teams purchase parts immediately, and many teams are run as a nonprofit in order to address these issues. Through POs, they can take as long from 1 to 3 months for them to finally go through, which could really delay and cripple teams. We also must ensure that charter schools and private schools also receive this recognition. Teams like Asset Schools, St. Louis, Punahou, Iolani, they all are highly competitive teams that have won international awards, and they do also need that recognition as well. Potentially, we can look towards creating a robotics season as well to help offset many of the concerns brought up with a year-round system, creating a season for robotics competitions. This is not a simple issue, but we shouldn't let the conversation end here. Students, educators, and parents and volunteers all deserve to have these issues heard. We need to not rely on the current system structures. Instead, we should look towards how we can improve these systems to address the needs of the community, of the teachers, and of the students. Please be aware of the concerns and be decisive with the conclusions made today. This bill is meant to support robotics, not harm it, but we can refine it. Let's address these concerns thoughtfully and strategically. It is our kuleana to protect and strengthen this education and to ensure every student has the opportunity to compete, innovate, and lead. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us today. Members, additional testimony and support from 3 organizations and 22 individuals. 1 organization and 3 individuals in opposition, and 1 organization providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Question for DOE, thank you, Chair. Hi, thank you for the DOE's testimony, and I appreciate the support the DOE has for robotics. And my question is, if this bill does not move on, is there another mechanism to provide financial support or assistance to robotics so that advisors who do assist can be financially compensated?
I would say not in our current budget or system. As mentioned earlier, we have advisors who do extracurricular clubs and supports, students in various different ways. And they are not compensated the way the coaches are for our interscholastic sports.
And then my follow-up question is does the DOE have any suggestions on how robotics programs can flourish instead of having the numbers of students decrease?
Well, we have a finite amount of finances, and I know that it was mentioned that in the past there was certain appropriations made for the robotics program specifically that helped it grow according to our previous testifier. In terms of our existing priorities and our department board approved priorities, it was not part of that ask.
Thank you, I appreciate your candidness.
And we do support, robotics, and we do think it's very valuable.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Anything else? No? Referee Isolde, go ahead.
So if I can ask the DOE since they're there first. Since there are 40, this bill would only affect high schools, and there are, my understanding is 44 high schools in the state. Do you happen to know how many high schools participate in robotics?
I don't have a specific number.
Okay. And in your testimony, you guys do say that you recognize the value of robotics education, and then you talk about various different rules that it can't, why it couldn't happen. But when being asked, you're not sure how it could happen. As far as we talked about pay, advisors for clubs like these are really integral to the schools. The schools advertise it, the students need it. Can you tell me why the DOE chooses not to compensate teachers or advisors for clubs and activities that the kids need on campus, but only to compensate coaches?
I don't have an answer for that. Athletics is a
Sure. Sorry, Elizabeth Higashi, Assistant Superintendent, Department of Education. So one of the things that we do have is out of school time funding. It's federal and state. And so Title IV-B, which is 21st century learning, which our schools have to apply for. We have Title A funding, which is federal funds. In addition, with our state budget, we did receive money for middle school after school programming. That is all eligible for schools to use for after school programming. And so schools are allowed to apply for those funds in order to pay for PTTs for things such as robotics using our PTT rate or other enrichment or after school programming. Those are things that are eligible for our schools. And so it's a school decision. Those funds are available for them to determine how they apply for those funds and then which programs they're used to use that fund. We also receive Uplink, which is TANF funds through DHS that helps support our after-school middle school program. So there are different funding streams and supports that are open, and some of our federal funds, such as the Title IV-A, IV-B, and our TANF funds are also eligible for our charter schools to engage in as well.
Who would have to tap into those funds?
So they all have different schedules in regards to when the application usually in the, I wanna say, we usually release them. They all have different schedules, but they range between the end of the school year for the following school year or the beginning of the school year for principals to apply for them.
Okay, so principals.
Correct.
So
or school directors at charter schools.
Okay, so if we look at this, and I've been in the school for quite some time in my life, it's basically precedent that the DOE doesn't pay for positions like this. Is it the DOE's position to have funds available but be okay with principals not paying advisors or people who are holding clubs and things like that?
So I can't speak to that, but I do wanna say and be clear that after school funding aren't positions, they're oftentimes casual payroll, like part-time teachers. And it also depends too, because we do have some programs that maybe an EA is the one that sponsors it, so we then have to categorize it differently on how we compensate them. But that is the discretion of each school based upon their academic planning that they do annually to determine, depending on the funding source and their priorities, representative on how they decide to use those funds for what program.
Okay, so I'm almost 50 years old and I think clubs used to exist back when I went to school. So they are fundamental to the high school experience. But I wanna make sure that, we call them not positions, we call them whatever you wanna call them, they're people who do jobs. Are we okay with people who we need them to do jobs that we are not paying them for the job that they're doing?
So I think something that I should be clear upon is because these funding sources have very clear criteria on how they should be used. Sometimes clubs are eligible for that funding source because, like, for example, Uplink has a tutoring component. So meaning even though I'm running robotics, I still need to have an hour daily of tutoring opportunities for students. So sometimes a club may not be eligible to access that funding because they don't meet the requirements of that funding source. So I don't wanna overgeneralize in regards to clubs, I just wanted to illuminate that we do have different funding opportunities that schools can apply for and utilize for these after-school programs. But clearly, I'm only talking about after-school representative.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that I
Sorry.
think for everybody's position, we should always pay people for the work that they do. No matter whether it's after school, on the weekend, or whatever it may be. And sorry, is that you, Bryce? Okay. No, so am I able to ask him a question? He submitted testimony,
Do your thing.
but he didn't speak on it.
No worries.
Hi. Okay. So he came to my office yesterday, he's the OIA Executive Director.
Okay, so my name is Bryce Casher, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Bryce Casher, I'm the extracurricular administrator for the Department of Education. I am also the Oahu OIA Executive Director, and so that's what she's referring to.
Am I able to ask him on his, he submitted testimony.
And he doesn't have to answer, but
Oh, okay.
nobody has to answer. You can ask though. No worries.
Are we okay? Okay. So in your testimony, there's a couple of paragraphs, and we had talked about this, cause I said the biggest thing is, I spoke to the DOE, I spoke to the OIA, I spoke to HHSAA, the Athletic Association. And the way that I wanted to look at this was, I think sometimes as adults, we are not there to solve problems, even though this whole thing with robotics is about getting them to do systems thinking on how to solve a problem. And we talked about how it doesn't fit into the current rules. And I asked over and over to everybody who I spoke to say, if we made this happen, how would we be able to make this work? And things like in your testimony, you said that they have recognized sports follow a 3-hour maximum daily practice rule. Can you tell us for that why we would have a 3-hour practice rule?
So that was done recently, I'm not sure exactly how, but like within the past 5 years or so. And that was a health concern that speaking with, we had just heard all the stuff about the overheating and about concussions and all of that. So it was basically it came from the health department, and it was just a way of so that the coaches couldn't overdo it. I mean, back in the days, they used to have football practice where there were 2-a-days during the summer. They had football camps, and it went 5 days straight. And so this was just a way of almost like limiting the amount of practices that they could have. So the 3-hour time rule was given. It wasn't something that we negotiated, it was something that was just sort of given to us.
So for teams like this, like for what you said was health and for concussion and things, would that policy apply to a student participating in robotics?
In this current form, it applies to anybody that is labeled a sport. So it applies to air riflery, it applies to bowling, it applies to all the sports.
Okay, but the actual concerns, do the concerns apply to robotics?
Well,
Like, is there a concern with health, safety, concussions in robotics when they're doing it?
Well, I'm not a I don't know what robotics does. I mean, in a sense of I've never been part of it. I've only seen the final product of it. Yeah. So I don't know exactly how much exertion is done in that. But yeah, I mean, in a sense of it's just a way of controlling the amount of exertion. I know what you're getting at about the physical exertion on it, but you know, the same thing that you can talk about with air riflery and soft tennis and bowling and all that.
Okay. So in it, you also said that research says that robotics is not recognized as a sport nationwide. I was on the phone with a state yesterday morning on the East Coast, and they do not recognize as a sport girls flag football. They don't recognize bowling or esports. But in our state in Hawaii, do we recognize those as sanctioned sports?
We do. And then there are other states that have recognized flag football. I think when we adopted it 2 years ago, we were the ninth one, but I know there's a lot more now.
So would you say that adopting robotics as a sport would be contingent on another state doing it first?
No, it's just the idea of adopting it as a sport, it's more the rules that they have to follow that probably hinders the activity of robotics. I mean, I understand what the previous testimony said about the compensation and I you know, I agree with that, yeah, but to put the rules that all the sports have onto robotics would basically defeat the purpose of robotics. Like these guys put a lot of time and effort building the robots. I've seen them. It's like I know they say year round, but seasonal thing, right? If they want to do a seasonal thing, they can't start until a certain date. And I'm not sure how they would actually run what they've done and show their showcase given the limited time that they're trying to put it as a sport. And that's my concern. I mean, you know, you wanna put it as a sport, you can, but it's gonna look a whole lot different right now.
Okay, so on the HHSA website on my screen, it says that esports is a sport recognized by them. It says powered by Play VS or
Versus, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
that-
it
and
looks like
that's-
that's your sponsor.
That's them, that's HSA, that's not recognized by any other sports, by any of the leagues.
Yeah, so it is possible to create, let's say, something else, just like robotics, just like esports, to be put under HHSAA.
We
can't speak
We can't speak for them, but I can tell you that just the esports, again, it's recognized through HSA, but it's not recognized through all the public school leagues.
Okay, so it can go that way or through you guys, either which way it can be recognized, right?
I mean, I'm not sure, you gotta ask HSA on that, cause that's something outside of us, but
I saw Chris Chan at the gym yesterday.
I spoke to him last night because he called me. He told me when we talked about this whole thing about this, he would be, you know, when I spoke to you and the DOE yesterday, we talked a lot about how these policies would restrict it and how it wouldn't work. And at the end of the call with Chris Chan, right, is his name? He said that he'd be open to it, he's not opposed to it. It's just that right now, sitting here on the phone, we can't imagine what it would look like. So would you guys be opposed to it?
it wouldn't
Because
really,
you submitted an opposition testimony, the DOE did with comments. So I'm not sure if you're representing the department or the OI, okay.
OI. And my personal one was with OI.
Okay, so that's a personal testimony, not the OIA's
The
position?
OI is one, I'm representing OIA, the other athletic directors as well.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? If not, moving on to the last item on our agenda, HB 2567 HD1 relating to education.
Executive Office on Early Learning and Support.
Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the committee, Yuko Arikawa Cross, Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. EOEL supports HB 2567 HD1 and defers to the Department of Budget and Finance regarding the implementation of the proposed special fund. We appreciate the legislature's consideration of a dedicated revenue stream to support early childhood education, as a dedicated revenue stream would create new opportunities to pursue a broader range of initiatives that strengthen Hawaii's early learning system. I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 2567 HD1.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support.
Aloha
Aloha, Malia Suchia on behalf of Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, respected committee members. I am here in strong support of HB 2567 HD1, which would create an investment fund for early learning, which could be enough then transfers into the special fund, which if you look into the special fund, there's a lot of flexibility there. And we're trying to fulfill the mandate of Act 20 to be able to provide universal access to early learning by 2032. And we all sit here knowing very well that there are budget constraints and money is finite. And so we really need to start considering different ways to provide dedicated resources and really think about the long-term sustainability. And so this investment fund has been, and it's in my testimony, modeled and launched in a few different states now, and the flexibility that it offers to be able to stand up different programs, continue expansion, and again, really focusing on the sustainability without the volatility of the year-to-year budget cycle, which is really important because if we're gonna make these investments on the front end, we wanna be able to ensure it on the back end. And this is an investment fund, so it's not gonna pay off tomorrow. But as we're all looking towards the future and the sustainability of early learning, this could be a very beneficial fund to stand up presently in order to keep our current investments sustainable. Thank you very much. Please support this bill.
That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Also testimony and support from one organization and one individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Okay, if not, we're gonna recess briefly and reconvene when we have full committee membership here for decision making. We are in recess. Aloha, we are reconvening for the purpose of decision making for our 2 p.m. Tuesday, March 3rd agenda here in conference room 308. We have a number of bills to vote on today, and we're gonna start with HB 1804 HD1 relating to long-term care financing. Chair's recommendation is to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1804 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Hartsfield.
Aye.
Representative Hussey.
Aye.
Representative Keokapu Leroy.
Aye.
Representative Kisagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Caruso.
Aye.
Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Yamashita.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Gideon.
Aye.
Representative Reyes Oda.
Aye.
Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 2173 HD1 relating to ambulances. Recommendation is to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2173 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting the presence of all members who will be counted as present for the remainder of this agenda unless otherwise announced. Are there any reservations? Are there any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1572 HD2 relating to aquaculture development. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1572 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2548 HD1 relating to sustainable food systems. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 2548 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For HB 1601 HD1, recommendation is to move as an HD2. We just need to add a blank appropriation to the bill. Do you have any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 1601 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2119 HD1 relating to coffee pest control. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2119 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1929 HD1 relating to biosecurity. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 1929 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For HB 1929 relating, we got that one.
Yeah.
So fast. HB 1953 HD1 relating to agriculture. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1953 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For HB 2216 HD1, recommendation to move as an HD2 with a blank appropriation. While we won't include language in the committee report, I would encourage the Department of Ag to work out some of the financing details prior to the next Senate committee so that it could have maximum impact going forward. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2216 HD1, recommendation is to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2246 HD1 relating to agricultural grant administration. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2246 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2549 HD1 relating to agricultural production. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 2549 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2551 HD1 relating to agriculture. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2551 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2594 HD1 relating to agriculture. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2594 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2595 HD1 relating to regional agriculture and food production. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2595 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, we have some substantive stuff for this next measure. This is HB 1890 HD2 relating to education. This is the annual salary step increase bill for our teachers. I consulted with the chair and with HSTA and a few other folks. We did not hear the hazard pay measure. What we would like to do with this bill, and we can kind of talk it over if you have questions, is add a section borrowing much of that model from HB 1937, which was the hazard pay vehicle inserting language to create a similar 4-year implementation for what would be considered retention bonuses instead of hazard pay for teachers using the same eligibility requirements from that bill, which had to do with dates of service during that COVID pandemic, provided that they're still actively employed as teachers within the DOE. As the budget is a bit touchier for fiscal year 26 and 27, we would use a similar calendar for benefits proposed in that measure, but push back implementation by 1 year so that it would begin in fiscal year 28, where our current financial plan provides for a little bit more flexibility. The amounts would be general funded and would not need the special fund creation that is included in the hazard pay measure, HB 1937. And on this item and several other things, I would like to emphasize that we have a lot of really cool, bold ideas going forward. A lot of it's going to really depend on what revenue generation measures or what belt tightening is allowed for in the budget come conference time. But I think the intent is to keep a lot of things moving, so we have a lot of options available to us going forward. Do we have questions or comments? We're okay? Okay, Vice Chair?
HB 1890 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1893 HD1 relating to education. The recommendation is to move this forward as an HD2, blanking the amounts of the bonuses. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 1893 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next, we have HB 2172 HD2 relating to employment of retirants. Recommendation is to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 2172 HD2, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have HB 1595 HD1 relating to the state librarian. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 1595 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For HB 2004 HD1 relating to education, recommendation is to move this amended as an HD2, adding a blank appropriation for fiscal year 26-27. Any questions? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 2004 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1811 HD1 relating to educator student loan repayment, recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 1811 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2168 HD2 relating to the education of students experiencing homelessness, recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none?
HB 2168 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. The next measure, HB 2560 HD2, we are going to defer this measure. The introducer has been working with the department and recommends the deferral. The next item is HB 2427 HD2 relating to unaccompanied homeless youth. Plan is to move this forward as an HD3 with technical amendments. Any questions or comments?
Comments, Chair, just note the testimony from OIS in regards to removing language for OIS because they do not provide direct services. I would ask that that be considered.
That's fine. We can drop that into the committee report. We're running a little low on time with drafting agencies and running up against some deadlines, but we can reference that in the committee report.
Thank you, Chair.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 2427 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next is HB 1780 HD1 relating to student transportation. Recommendation to move as is. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 1780 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thanks. On the next, a bunch of measures, it's gonna be as is. We have HB 1781 HD1 relating to education, as is. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 1781 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Same recommendation for HB 1785 HD1 relating to student transportation. Questions, comments? Nope.
HB 1785 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Same recommendation for HB 1803 HD1 relating to student heat exposure. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1803 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1891 HD1 relating to education, same recommendation as is. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1891 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1894 HD1 relating to education, recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1894 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1925 HD1, recommendation to move as is, relating to climate education. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1925 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2019 HD1, relating to early learning. Same recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2019 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For the next measure, HB 2147 HD2, this is the CONAM measure. Recommendation to move forward as is. Rep. Kush.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to maybe add some notes for the committee report reflecting each county, or some of the counties have different affordable rental programs. And since this would capture apartments that are affordable rental apartments, maybe adding language instead of it just being affordable housing development, that it kind of specifies that this is for rentals as well.
I got you. We can
So
work on.
that's section 1, number 2.
Sure. We can work on some language for the committee report and pass that on to the next committee.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2147 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Wait, I know. Reservations for Rep. Miyake.
Someone threw a
We just
snap.
say for its support.
Yokaku Leroy. Oh,
Reservations.
wait. Lee. Sorry, Hartsfield. Reyes-Oda. Gideon. Okay, so reservations for Reps. Hartsfield, Hyokapu, Leroy, Lee, Miyake, Gideon, Reyes-Oda. Any other reservations? Any no votes?
No vote.
No vote for Rep. Alcos. Okay, recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1896 HD1, relating to community schools. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, HB 1896 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2294 HD2, relating to public school land transfer. Recommendation to move forward as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2294 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Reyes-Oda. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2298 HD1, relating to education. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2298 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2300 HD1, relating to the Department of Education procurement. Recommendation to move as is. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2300 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2344 HD1, relating to school facilities. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments on this measure? Rep. Caruso?
Reservations.
Reservations? Okay, anyone else? Rep. Gideon, reservations? Okay, Vice Chair.
Okay, HB 2344 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Building reservations for Reps. Caruso and Gideon. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 2345 HD1, relating to school facilities. Same recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments on this? Rep. Caruso? Reservations? Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2345 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Noting reservations for Rep. Caruso. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2391 HD1, relating to taxation. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2391 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2399 HD1 relating to early learning, recommendation to move as is. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2399 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2454 HD1 relating to safe routes to school. We will recommend this move forward as an HD2 with a defective date, so a minor amendment. Any questions or comments? Rep. Hartsfield?
Sorry, just a comment, Chair, to include the DOT's recommended amendments.
We can
To consider.
How about we reference some of their comments and some from Ulupono also as in the
Yes,
committee report. And
that's-
then
that's
you don't have to
fine.
you don't have to get worked out down the road though.
That's fine, Chair, thank you.
Rep. Russo?
So as written, I have reservations.
I understand. Okay, anyone else? Questions, comments? No? Vice Chair?
HB 2454 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments, noting reservations for Rep. Caruso. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2534 HD1 relating to robotics. Your recommendation is to move as is. Questions or comments? See, Ripley, go ahead.
Comments and reservations. I support the bill, I co-signed the bill, I taught robotics for a semester at Iolani School a long time ago when it was just Legos and a computer. But I do worry that in our search for financial stability for these programs, we may be inadvertently weakening this ecosystem that so many educators have worked to build by mandating a regulatory framework that may ultimately weaken it. I'm a coach for wrestling, I've seen club sports, I've seen high school sports. There is a layer of bureaucracy and framework and other things that go into being a high school coach that limits and changes the experience of the students and also funding. Now, I've talked to the introducer, I'm willing to support and work with her to make sure that we figure out how to do this the right way. But I wanna make sure that if we do it this way, we're doing it in the right way. We're not going to take away from all the hard work and the intent of this bill and all the people who worked hard to make this happen for people. And I also wonder maybe if that's not the case, maybe it's workforce development or some other route that we might take. But I support the bill. I just think we gotta make sure we better clarify if we do mandate it that there is an experience that will help the kids and the educators continue the work that they've been doing in a productive way, I guess.
Okay, anyone else? If not, Vice Chair?
HB 2534 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Representative Lee, reservations. Noting the reservations for Representative Lee, any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 2567 HD1 relating to education, recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 2567 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, moving on to items that were originally heard I think yesterday. Hard to keep track. HB 2101 HD1 relating to commercial aquarium collection. The chair's recommendation will be to move this forward as is. I did want to have some language in the committee report, basically for future consideration, whether restricting it to Hawaii Island is appropriate, whether going back to a bill we passed a few years ago, grandfathering in the previous permittees and then not issuing new permits may be more appropriate, and also the pricing issue that was brought up that $100 may not be appropriate should this bill fail. But that'll be something that they consider. Any questions or comments on this measure? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 2101 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Reservations, sorry, okay, Rep. Morikawa, Hartsfield, Alcos. Any other reservations? Okay, any no votes? No vote for Rep. Oda. Any other no's? Okay, recommendations adopted.
Alright, thank you. Next we have HB 2241 HD1 relating to renewable energy. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2241 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
The next two items on the agenda, HB 2337 and HB 2415. We originally deferred because they were scheduled in Ways and Means. Both of those measures passed out on the Senate side today. So we will be deferring those two items to avoid duplication. The last two measures, we have HB 2575 HD1 relating to taxation. The recommendation would be to move this forward as is. And again, related to some of the earlier comments, we're gonna have a number of these revenue generation bills advance. I think the idea is to keep maximum number of options available. When weighing things like the income tax and what exactly to do, whether we do attempt to restructure, some of these other pieces may play a role in that discussion, and whether we can continue to pass on some cuts to low to middle income families who desperately need the help. So this is one of those pieces that will be up for consideration at a future date. Unfortunately, the revenue generation estimate is somewhere between 25 and 80 million. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more clarity on that as we move on. Questions or comments on this measure? Recommendation to move as is. Vice Chair?
HB 2575 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Reservations for Reps Hartsfield, Kilkapu Leloy, Lee,
Me.
Morikawa, Reyes Oda, Okos. Anybody else? Okay, so reservations for Reps Hartsfield, Kilkapu Leloy, Lee, Morikawa, Alcos, and Reyes Oda. Any no votes? No vote for Rep Gideon. Any other no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, lastly, we have some proposed amendments for HB 1850 HD1, which is relating to capital gains tax. I wanted to throw some language over to the Senate for their consideration. And again, this is another one of those that may play a role in conference should we need to find some additional revenue. I talked to the introducer and got prior concurrence from the previous chairs. What we're planning on doing is swapping out the current language, which raises the individual capital gains rate from 7.25% to 9%, with language that will tax capital gains as regular income. The net impact of this would be to lower capital gains tax rates for a majority of local residents, while increasing it for high income earners. I think in testimony provided by departments and some of the advocate groups, over 95% of all capital gains tax in our state is generated by people who make over 400,000. I think that does capture some transfer of property, which is why we do have a second piece of this, which would cap the capital gains tax at the current rate of 7.25% for gains that would otherwise be subject to the current homeowner's exemption provided for in the current tax code. This would mean no increase for the sale of primary residences for local residents. And that's the idea. I think it's worth noting that right now, if you look at 7.25% as a current rate, this change in the measure would basically benefit those single earners making roughly the state median income currently. Questions or comments? Vice Chair?
HB 1850 HD1, recommendation to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes?
Reservations.
Oh, sorry. Reservations for Rep Gideon? Sorry, any other reservations?
No vote.
Any other reservations? Rep Reyes Oda? Any no votes? Rep Alcos no vote, and any other no votes? Okay, recommendations adopted.
Thank you very much for all of your time and your patience. We are adjourned.